Hello. Hello. I didn't expect a bunch of people to already be here, but hello. My internet might drop at around midnight my time. You need to replace the whole cable connection. Oh god. Wait, they're doing that at midnight? That's kind of strange, but I guess that makes sense. We had a big thunderstorm again last night, so hopefully that won't fuck with my connection too much. Try and keep an eye on it. But hello, Mozzie, Ed, and, Frog. I keep wanting to say whaling instead of frog. Um, we'll maybe back? Maybe we can get back to Metal Gear today? Um, we'll knock out everyone's cable. Ah. Also, hello, what is that emote? Hello, Melody, as well. That's a, I don't really get that emote, but, I did add a bunch of, 7TV emotes, a few days ago. Kind of at random, honestly. Kind of at random. Hopefully they all show up on stream, okay? Well, he's a little cut off. He's a little cut off, but it does show up. If you don't have 7TV, you can get, a browser extension. I think, I think you can also activate it if you use Francoface Z, which I do. So if you want a bunch of dumb emotes, you can do that. Um, Also, yeah, I guess if people didn't see it, I was on Melody's stream last night, and we started Halo 2. So if you want to watch that, the VOD is on Melody's channel. Let me go Steam. Also, we got to 200 followers because of that, so that's cool. I don't really have any plans for like a celebration stream, and I never did a 100 stream. But I feel like I should. I don't know. I just can't think of anything to do for something like that. Let me actually hold on. Turn that off. Ugh. So I actually haven't played this since the last time I tried. So I haven't gotten too much money. I honestly considered shit, I gotta fix my controller. I considered playing the story up to the point where you unlock FOBs, but I figured that would miss too many cutscenes if I did that. I have to resync my controller every time I try to use it. It's very annoying. I'm going to turn on music while I do this. I hope everybody has had a decent weekend and everything. Uh, Connected? Says it's connected. But it's not. Hold on. I don't remember what we were doing last time I played this. I know we had a couple bullshit missions. We had to fight the skulls a couple times. Man, now that I've started stream, I feel like I had a whole lot of stuff to talk about that I still... that's emptying... just emptied my mind. Hold on. Honestly, yesterday for Melody's stream, I had double the caffeine I usually have. So I might be a little drained today. Alright. Alright, show off.
Good dog.
Wait a minute, am I not going to get like a daily bonus? Or am I... Do I have to be in the helicopter to get that? There we go. I am dropping frames, but hopefully it's not going to be too bad. Let me know if the lag is really bad. I might just need to drop the bitrate a little bit. I put that on screen, so now y'all kind of have an actual idea of what my internet is doing. Tape do I? Oh right, I found Too Shy. I was going to try and watch that new Superman show to talk about it, but I still haven't gotten around to watching it. I've heard that it's pretty good. Oops, not what I meant to do. I kind of feel weird just going straight into a mission. I feel like I'm forgetting... something. Also, I just realized I have a green aura around me, I think. Hold on. There we go. I don't know how perceptible that... perceptible? Perceivable? I don't know how much of that shows up actually on stream. I had to set up a green screen thing for Melody's stream yesterday. Hold on, let me... let me check one more thing. It feels like it's been ages since I've done, like, an actual, like, regular stream. I feel like I'm forgetting everything. Let's go extract soldiers.
Please select a landing zone. Deploying.
I need to remember how to play this game. Let me know if the audio and everything is okay. I don't think anything has changed since last time, so hopefully it should be okay. The game just minimized. Halo did this last night as well, and I don't know why. Just randomly minimizing.
Analysis complete.
I don't know if it has something to do with, like, my controller input, but I wasn't using a controller last night. It could be my keyboard. Because some of the keys on my keyboard just, like, don't work. I almost wonder if it has, like, a short in it. Which could be very bad, considering it's plugged into my PC. Hello, Mythics! We're finally getting back to Metal Gear. I know you've been wanting to see it.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Now, as long as my internet doesn't die again on my PC, maybe things will be okay. Dog, you need to not stand in front of my gun! This is, like, actually what dogs do, in reality.
Enemy presence detected.
I don't know if I talked about this on my stream yet. I went and met some people about a dog sitting job that I'm going to be doing this weekend. And they had a couple big, I think they were labs? I get labs and retrievals mixed up. But they were big fuzzy dogs, and I can tell they're going to be the type that are going to try to lay in my lap constantly. Because big dogs always want to do that. Convinced those are the same dogs. They might be. I don't actually know. Because is Retriever a breed or just a type?
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Further.
But no, I'm always a little, like, leery of, taking dog sitting jobs. Especially for new people. Just because you don't know how the people are going to be or how the dogs are going to be. But I'm actually kind of excited to
He's coming too.
be able to hang out with dogs that seem cool. Dashund. Those are... Is that a Wiener dog? Or is that a different... Whenever I hear that name, I think of the meme of the, like, the dog in the plane. It's like... Rah, 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 rah. Rah, 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 rah. I don't know if that's the same type of dog. I don't think we need this guy, but we can take him. I'm not much... I say I'm not much of a dog person. I don't want a dog.
Roger that.
But I do like being around big dogs. In moderation.
You have arrived at your destination.
I'm not a huge fan of taking care of, like, little rat dogs. Mostly because big dogs are, like, way quicker to, like, get used to you. Little dogs are always, like, super skittish. Which there is a little dog that is with the big dogs, but
You have arrived at your
it'll probably be fine. But then again, dogs seem to like me. I don't know why. I never intended to be like an animal person or even a dog sitter, but apparently I'm just kind of okay at it.
You have arrived at your destination.
But that thing does happen to me, where it's like... We'll be like, oh, weird, usually this dog hates men.
Marker placed.
They usually only get along with women, and it's like, okay, if you say so.
Analysis complete.
But I'm also the type that's willing to, like, if a dog doesn't like me,
You have
all you
arrived.
really have to do is just, like, sit on the ground and, like, get on their level, and they'll get used to you pretty quickly. Whenever you're, like, looming over them, you obviously seem like much more of a threat. Same with cats, though, honestly. My, should I get that? I don't know.
Marker.
My uncle, was taking care of a cat for a while that was known to be really mean. But then every time somebody tried to pet the cat, they would, like, go for, like, a regular over-the-head pet. But that's not what you do with a cat that doesn't trust you. You have to go in low.
Clouds approaching.
Don't go for, like, a chin scratch, just go eye level. And if he lets you, then go in for the head pat. Head pat. Pet. And nobody could understand why I was the only one that was able to pet that cat. At least for a long time.
Analysis complete.
My sister had a little dog that attacked all men to the point where they had to get rid of it because it kept attacking her husband. It was fine around me and they couldn't figure out why. Smile.
Analysis complete.
Subject on board.
think it's kind of dumb when people say, like, masculine or feminine energy.
Analysis complete. Analysis.
But I think a lot of dudes do have issues with, like, gentleness, I guess? I don't think I need either of these.
You have arrived at your destination.
Like, you can't pet every animal like it's a pit bull. Also, I know we're not really doing anything in the game at the moment, but I need to collect resources.
Marker place. Marker placed. You have arrived at your destination.
Fuel is extremely hard to come by, so I want to get it while I can. People always say dogs can sense evil, but again, I think that's more just... they can tell when someone is, like, a dick.
Where are your friends?
The map has been
Got banned from somebody's chat for looking?
analysis complete.
Like, just randomly? I mean, I've banned people that
You have arrived at your
my controller just lagged. I've banned people that, like, presumably are bots.
You gotta extract him.
marker placed.
What is that?
You have arrived at your destination.
And when it just went down, it's not midnight, so... seems like it went down, went down sooner than it was supposed to. But no, I think sometimes people... I think sometimes... what the fuck? If they assume that you're, like, not a real person, they might ban you. Or if you got banned in somebody else's chat. I think people get mad at locals and it's very funny because I feel like locals are, like, the majority of all viewers, yeah. I wish...
Analysis.
I wish Twitch didn't hide locals from the view count, which they say they don't do, but they obviously do. But that's not that's not the people's watching's fault. People watchings. It's not the people watching's fault. Why does that feel like that's not how you say that?
Marker placed. Marker placed. Marker placed.
People Company has said estimated 2 hours downtime. That's actually not that bad. Considering my internet was down for, like, weeks.
You have arrived at your destination.
If they're actually out there doing it and it's only going to take a couple hours, that's reasonable. I feel like, if anything, people have said that I'm kind of lax on... God, my controller. Hold on. People said I'm kind of lax on punishing people. But I also haven't needed to ban people that often. The only time I've really been like, okay, I need to do something is when I was playing, Dragon Ball Xenoverse. I don't know why that, of all games, had so many fucking assholes. I was looking at chat and... Why is my controller lagging so much?
You have arrived at your destination.
Okay, that's all the resources. What's the next mission?
Marker placed. Marker placed.
I don't think I've had anybody, like, try to be like, can you unban me? But then again, like I said, I don't really have that many banned people. Oh, they're not going to take me because... I guess I could kill everybody, then they might be willing to, ship me. As a package. Ship me as a package, not the other thing. Yeah, I can go. This is probably fine. God, the Jeeps in this game control like shit. Not much of an all-terrain vehicle. No, I have a bunch of bots that are banned, but...
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
I guess I can take the road. That being said, if you're an asshole or like too annoying in chat, that doesn't mean that I won't ban you. I'm just saying. This left. I remember those... Wait, that's not the road? Huh? Is that... Huh? This is very confusing. Enforcers, you know what to do. That emote was originally called, Mod Check. And the one time someone came in asking if I had mods, I almost immediately banned them, because I was like, why? You don't have a reason to be asking that. But it's not nefarious. This map says this is a road, but it clearly isn't. Hello, Karo, welcome. Is this? Oh, this Jeep sucks. The toning radius on this is awful. Have fun with the story, am I? Not very. I'm only like 20-something missions in. How do I... Ooh. That is a bunch of diamonds. Wait, what was that one person that I banned? Because I remember when we were doing, a Trouble in Terrorist Town collab. It was the one time that I, was also streaming my perspective. And somebody in chat came in and said, what was it? It was like, oh, you're a VTuber? I bet you'd suck dicks all day. I was like, that's not necessarily like a bad thing. Like, it wasn't even like offensive, it was just like childish. I bet you have a lot of sex. Ugh. No, they were probably like an actual child. From the way that they wrote the message. I actually saved that chat. I don't know where it is at the moment. Did somebody call me a himbo in chat? I've never heard himbo as like an insult, ever. I barely hear bimbo as an insult these days.
Staff at Mother Base 9 years back. Get our man out of there, boss. To say he's a critical VIP would be a massive understatement.
Analysis complete.
But then again, I literally have a color palette that is, bimbo adjacent.
Analysis complete.
Oh, I should call in some ammo before I go in.
Supplies requested.
Good.
I knew if I mentioned it, somebody would do it.
Complete.
I should probably move, dog. Ooh, why am I up here? Hold on. Ooh. since I switched to the new face tracking, it puts me way up there for some reason. I need to hurry up and like remake all my palettes and stuff with the better face tracking. Ooh. Right, ba 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 ba. Hold on. The settings on this one are kind of not right. Mouth open sensitivity? Ba 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 ba. Why is it not? Ba 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 ba. I'm using the microphone settings, so they should. Ba ba ba. Why is that not affecting the? I feel like my mouth isn't opening. Mouth. 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 Y'all can't see it, but I'm going through menus right now. Mouth open. Ba 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 ba. Wait, no, is that the opposite of what I want to do? I can never remember how to use the parameters in VTube Studio. Ba 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 ba. I think I lower this one. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. That seems a little. Ba 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 ba. There we go. You have to lower the input of the parameter that goes to the whatchamacallit. Fucking rigging VTuber models is kind of a pain in the ass. Especially when you change technology like after the fact. You didn't break anything, it's just this is an older model that is not completely updated to what I'm using right now.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Recently, I guess for people who don't use VTube Studio, okay, dial it back. Dial it back. Don't say honk honk. Oh wait, no, I have the clown nose on, don't I? I thought you meant boobs. I thought you meant honk honk boobs. That's fine. Never mind. It's like, hold on. What was I saying? Oh right, VTube Studio. Changed the face tracking, or gave a new face tracking option recently that gives you a lot of, not a lot of new options, but better, options. But it did not break stuff, but make some stuff a little, scuffed. Grief, hello! Oh god, there's a lot of people. Grief, hello! Welcome! How was your stream? What were you doing today? Dead Cells. Dead Cells is, Dead Cells is like the roguelike, right? How's that? Welcome to the stream. The cells became dead. Well, I mean, is that what you want? Did an impromptu Dead Cells stream? It rules. Nice. I always get Dead Cells mixed up with, Dying Light, for some reason, that zombie game. We killed Death from Castlevania?
Analysis complete.
I assume that's nice. Whenever I think of a character just named Death, I think of the one from, Sandman. Which I would not celebrate. But welcome, I'm JD, Jump Drive Project. I am a VTuber. I stream. We're currently playing Phantom Pain.
Analysis.
Oh shit, I know what I need to do. I need to send some people out to get rid of these helmets. Can I do that now?
Please select a mission.
Flashlights, shields. We should probably get rid of shields too. Body armor. Guns, decoys, cameras. I feel like we haven't even seen any surveillance cameras yet.
Unit dispatched.
Helmets and shields.
Unit dispatched.
Well, I don't even remember, like, the first time I played this. Dealing with cameras. Oh, that might be... I wonder if that has to do with FOBs. That might purely be FOBs.
Speak. Where are your friends? Get down.
The map has been updated.
Are you gonna get down? Thank you. I wonder if there's a mod that plays, get on. Every time you tell somebody to get down.
Analysis complete.
Get down. I don't know if anybody even remembers that meme. That's an old and a different country meme. Fucking cartridge tilting Metal Gear, which I guess you could probably do on the originals. Remember seeing that meme in Flip Notes? God. Also, hello, Phoebe. Welcome.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Is it weird that every time I say your name, I'm afraid I'm saying it wrong? Like, I see the name, like, it clearly seems to be Phoebe. But that's a name I've, like, never had to actually say out loud. I want Quentin Flynn to scream, "No, little German boy"? I don't think I know that reference.
Analysis complete.
Okay. That's who I thought it was.
What took you so long? We'll talk, but not here.
Was that a different voice? I feel like Kojima doesn't sound like that.
Side ops list updated.
Okay, subject is in.
You know,
Expedition arrived at Mother
in
Base.
some ways, I can't really make fun of the product placement too much, because I remember when Deus Ex Human Revolution, the first one, the first of the new series. I really wanted that jacket. And they sold it for a long time.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
I don't think I give a shit about... You know what? No, I was going to say I don't give a shit about sunglasses. But I also kind of wanted to buy, the new Matrix glasses whenever that movie came out. I do want a set of, Bugses. Bugses? Bugses. However you say the plural of bugs. I wanted the, sunglasses. You know Bugs from Matrix 4, the movie that everybody watched and enjoyed.
Complete.
Yeah, aviators I feel like you kinda have to have a full... like a full costume for aviators to really work,
Subject on board.
in my opinion. Stop! Stop turning around.
Spit it out.
Well... I should probably just leave.
Updated.
There's some decent guys here.
He's coming too. Roger that.
What are those guys doing? Are they leaving? They're leaving, okay. I'm gonna go down, grab that fuel, then move on. I guess the thing about Kojima... Fuck. The thing about Kojima doing it, a lot of the shit he puts in his games is like kind of nothing. Let's go capture the legendary brown bell.
Marker placed.
Because at least like with the Deus Ex stuff, it's like, oh, this is a unique, like, design. Like, this only exists because of the game. Whereas Kojima stuff is like,
Arrived at Mother Base.
we made sunglasses that look like every other pair of sunglasses. The ones that Kojima himself wears is kind of unique, with like the weird, like, segmented,
Map has been updated.
fingers. What do you call the things on the side? Frame, I guess? But I feel like, does anybody really... I don't know. As someone who wears glasses, I feel like people don't look at glasses that often. Like, if you see someone wearing glasses, you don't, like, move your head and like, oh, look, oh, it's so fancy. It's like, oh no, that's just a person. That's just a person. Does that make sense? But then again, I think I feel that way about shoes, too, and people go crazy for shoes. The temples? I guess that makes sense. The side of the head is called the temple, so... I think calling them the fingers is more accurate. Because it's what grips on. Gripples. Speaking of, y'all should thank me. I added a bunch of 7TV emotes. I didn't add any Julian feet gifs. I really thought about it just to see what people would say.
Weather will clear shortly.
There was one that was just called Gripples, and I was like, no, I don't think I want to do this. Oh. I'm the only one brave enough to actually have that emote. I'm not the one that discovered it, but I'm the first one to actually add it, I think.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Ooh. I'm glad I'm actually getting, like, A+ people now. I wish there was a better way to... Because this guy's not knocked out, he's just sleeping. I kind of have to waste a shot on him to make him actually
Post captured.
knocked out.
The map has been updated.
Hello, I'm good. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but hello, welcome. He's fine.
You gonna extract him?
Just go up the road? Yeah. I wonder if I should call in a battle gun if I'm going to have to fight a bell.
Extraction arrived at another base.
He didn't even notice, he was asleep. Okay. I'm assuming it'll be up there. Seems like it's kinda gotta be. Have a challenge? I'm not going to agree to a challenge until I hear it. It's an FOB challenge? I haven't unlocked FOBs yet. Hopefully soon. I think I need to get a couple more story missions in.
You have arrived at your destination.
Yeah, I know. I wish I had them unlocked by this point, but I forgot how long it actually takes to get those. I can probably do it with this amount of ammo, right? Turn off the suppressor. Worst case scenario, I die. I get mauled to death by a bell. Basically, I have to infiltrate my FOB.
That's the target. A brown bear. Stories of them leaving you alone if you play dead are just a myth, boss. Think carefully before you decide to take one of them on.
I think once I do unlock them, I don't mind doing FOB stuff with people in chat, I think. That's kind of the good thing about FOBs, honestly, is that, like, you can actually do them without worrying about, like, randos being shitty. Since it's all, asymmetric. DD. It's kind of not even fighting me. I don't know if it can even get up on this rock. Phoebe found the main one. My FOB is set to non-lethal, so don't worry about being shot to death. I think whenever I played this game initially,
Storm approaching.
I would always have my FOB on non-lethal, and it would kind of suffer because of that. Well, I'm out of ammo. Hopefully those, take effect. Yeah, the main one. Aww. I don't like that the sandstone blew in right as I did that. Okay, good.
List updated.
I would've been really fucking mad if a sandstorm blew in and killed it.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
I think we can do... Do we want to do any of these? The main thing is I wanted to get Kojima. I think we can probably go ahead and, move on to story missions. Shows up fairly low in that screen? Yeah. We'll see if Twitch gets mad. I think it's saved. But I feel like I should bring in the helicopter just to be extra safe.
Support helicopter. Weather will clear shortly.
I want to make more, like, actual Twitch emotes, because I don't have very many. But it's really difficult to actually sit down and make emotes.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
The thing is,
Helicopter has arrived.
Melody is good at making emotes, but I feel... I don't want to be like, hey, make me emotes. PC or console? PC. PC, but with a controller. I was afraid that 7TV wouldn't approve From Behind Friday, but they actually did approve that one. I played Slayers X like twice, and it's changed. It changed me every time I hear the song. Wish I could use that emote, but it is Tuesday. True. There weren't any good Energy Sold Sunday emotes that I could find, which was disappointing.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Side ops list updated.
Hello, welcome. That song, I've been listening to the Slayers X OST, like, unironically, in my own time. It's really good. I want to listen to more of, the actual musicians, stuff. Oops.
Please select a mission.
I'm gold now. Why do I feel like... Why does it look like I'm dropping frames? It looks fine now. Hold on, I might need a... Huh. Me. Is VSync? Or do I even have access to VSync? It's enabled. I need to turn that off? Oh yeah, it is just in the menus, isn't it? Right. I forgot about that. Is there no way to... turn that back on? Is there no way to... No, I'm not seeing any, frame rate limits. I forgot, yeah, the menu makes me drop frames for some reason.
Please select a mission.
The panel of a PF known as the Major has been spreading a rumor about selling nuclear weapons. Hail him and eliminate him.
Mission accepted. Heading to Central Africa.
I think we unlock FOBs on mission like 23, so we should be able to hopefully unlock those tonight. And once I unlock those,
Deploying.
I'll probably be doing a lot of that in my own time. Unreal Tournament does that for me, so I just like speedrun anything I do on the menu. Yeah. I guess I didn't really think that would be an issue back then. And I guess this game they maybe didn't expect it to even be on PC? Maybe? I don't know.
The mission objective is to eliminate the PF commander they call the Major. One of the Major's subordinates working undercover with the CFA is due to make contact with him. Check his current location on your iDroid. Follow him, and he should lead you right to the Major.
That must be confusing for Cars and Snake, since they already know a pretty significant Major. Honestly, that's also kind of like Master Chief being called Master Chief. Just being named a rank is kind of silly. Because, like, there's gotta be other Master Chiefs in the military. Oh.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
I want those.
Analysis.
Oh, there's so many people. They're doubled up on, like, everything.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete. You have arrived at your destination. Analysis complete.
There's a bunch of good people here, too. Why do they always give, like, the best people on tailing missions, where you don't have time to kidnap everybody? I should have put on my gold hand. I just realized. To match my gold body.
The target's man should be somewhere around there.
Analysis complete. Analysis
You have him.
complete.
Stay on him.
The map has been updated.
I can probably...
We have no fix on the target, not even a predicted field of movement. All we have to go on is this meeting with his subordinate. Remember, this guy will call the meeting off if he thinks he's being tailed. You've got to do everything you can to stay out of sight.
the best way to stay out of sight is to not follow him and instead kidnap all these people.
On the ground. Spit it out. Where are the others?
The map
I think I sometimes do that too fast and they don't have enough time to answer all of my questions. I mostly just do it for the honor.
Speak. Where are your friends? Where are your friends?
The map has been updated.
JDPO. I keep wanting to go back and continue my Stellaris Star Wars campaign. I still haven't done it.
Hands up. Talk.
I still don't really know what I you will stimulate them. I still don't really know what I want to do this Thursday. So I could do that. I've kind of been thinking about starting, are you just not gonna notice that guy? What? Bro. Bro! You walked right by him. I was thinking about starting, Needy Streamer Overload. So I feel like a lot of people have been talking about it lately. Wait, did all the... Okay, he's good. I was going to say, did all the good people get in the Jeep?
Guard post captured.
The only thing is I expect that game to have a lot of, like, reading. I don't want to completely destroy my voice this week.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Nope. Okay. I barely know what that game even is, as well. I think it's like somewhat of a visual novel. Oh, like a Princess Mako type thing.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
I just know people like it. And it's about a streamer.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Enemy presence detected. The map analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Why are they all? Oh god. I was supposed to start talking. Okay, good enough. Good enough. Extreme Overload, it's a sim menstrual type game, but has a lot of sensitive material. I see. I mean, I'm fine with that, honestly. But
He's coming too. Roger that.
I was thinking about playing another game that has sensitive material, so it was kind of a toss-up on which one
Analysis.
I might want to start.
Analysis complete.
I don't know if I talked about it on stream. I know I tweeted about it at one point. I wanna revisit Catherine. Because that's the game that I enjoyed a lot the first few times I played it.
Subject on board. The rest to us.
And I'm curious if I'll still like it. Considering changes that have happened in my life. So I was kind of debating doing either of those. You know, with me, I'm kind of... Atlas games are kind of like my, Danganronpa. Like, I know they're not the best. But part of me can't help but kind of enjoy them. I say that as if I didn't also enjoy the first Danganronpa.
Analysis complete.
Yeah, leave them. I eventually want to go back and play, the original Persona games as well. I've played a little bit of 3. Played a little bit of 5, played a little bit of 5. But I have never actually looked at, 1 and 2.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Analysis complete.
His vehicle stopped. Is that where he's meeting the target?
Where are your friends?
The map has been updated. Analysis complete.
I was going to see this, but I need to get him out of the way. Oh, maybe he didn't see it. He was too busy climbing.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Yeah, that seems to be what I thought about it as well. But also, they seem like very different types of games. They're like actual old school, like dungeon crawler type games. Which could be good or could be bad. Just in terms of, like, being enjoyable.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Which, yeah, that's a topic. I don't really mind a handful of, like, questionable moments. What are we doing? Persona 1 fan translation or Persona 1 localization? I don't know. I would have to look into that, I suppose. That guy looks important. I think I have the localization downloaded. But I think it was... I don't think it was the original localization. I think I have like a PSP.
Get down. Speak. Where are your friends?
The map has been updated.
Like updated, localization. Everyone's got their own degree of animisms. Yeah. I was gonna say, it's less about, like... For me, it's less about the actual issues that are in the game and more about the the fan base that is really adamant that those issues are good, actually. Persona fans will, like, rant about media literacy while also having no media literacy.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Persona fans will be like, Kanji isn't gay because the character said that that's not what it's about. Even though that's... Ugh. Subtext just doesn't exist, apparently. It's not even subtext in that game. It is very in your face that he is gay. But if he's in the closet, then that means he's not gay.
Clouds.
Okay.
According to them.
Analysis complete.
And I think they did end up retconning it in a golden, which is not super good, but... It's kind of like that meme of, like the comparison between, like, talking about, gender or politics or whatever with, like, a straight person and then talking amongst yourselves. Because I think, like, the conversation around, I think the conversation around Naoto is actually really interesting, and there's a lot to, like, talk about, though. But the average Persona fan is not capable of having that conversation. It is, in fact, like talking to a baby. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I would disagree with that only because I don't think they talk about them like they're real people either, because they don't grasp the idea that a person can tell a lie or not know something about themselves.
Carefully, boss.
Just because a character says something doesn't mean that it's true.
Supplies requested. Supply drop complete.
But I think it's... I might be mistaken, but I thought I remember hearing that, like, Persona 4 and Persona 4 Golden have, like, different rivals. Is there something true to that?
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
So I feel like I remember hearing that, like, the original writer was, like... was trying to actually tackle some of that kind of stuff, and then when they did the Golden version, they added more shit that was, like, downplayed the original stuff.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Yeah. I don't know all the stuff that's changed, I just remember seeing...
Complete.
I remember seeing some stuff that seems pretty bad. The fact that it's so... Ugh, that game is really, like, in your face with, with everything. So to downplay any of it just feels dumb.
Analysis complete.
There. That's the target.
Updated.
Ek is gereed om terugvoering te gee, majoor.
Gee my net die breed trekker.
Die CFA kon nog nie vasstel hoe die huursoldate in Wallawamasa gesterf het. Al wat hulle kon kry was die plaaslike bevolking wat praat oor bose geeste.
Dis net so hulle is.
Aha. Maar daar is gerugte dat jy die job van die hand gewys het omdat jy geweet het van die siekte. En nou is iemand besig om 'n vergeldingssquad saam te stel.
Van alle dinge. En ek maak soms my hande vuil. Maar ek's 'n engel in vergelyking met sommige van hierdie bliksems. Slawehandel. Reg onder hulle neuse en hulle wil my vervolg.
Maar ek's nie 'n voortrekker nie, maar jy's heeltemal reg. Nie een van ons verdien 'n prys op sy kop nie.
In elk geval, sê die res in 'n geskrewe verslag. Wat meer belangrik is jou volgende taak. ZRS probeer 'n ou man om die lewe bring. Dit het iets te doen met kernwapen. Maar ek het geen idee wie die ou man is nie.
Ek verstaan. Ek sal dit ondersoek. En kernwapens te ondersoek is, wel, dis 'n baie gevaarlike pad om te loop.
Ja, ek weet nie. Kan wees wat hierdie plek nodig het.
Deterrence.
Baie bloedvergiet.
Jy dink Mobutu. En die res-
War never changes. Wait, no, war has changed.
Gelukkig dan. Vir nou, vind uit waarmee ZRS besig is.
Ek begryp, meneer.
Quit moving your head.
Mission info has been updated.
We'll go down in a minute. Fuck. I'm not close enough.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Okay, these guys will stun, so I need to make them actually... But yeah, I don't know, I'm, pretty tolerant to anime bullshit, but...
Analysis complete.
Like, I think Persona 3 is the one that just has, like, a random, like... Oh, this lady has facial hair, type shit. She's actually a man. It's like,
Complete.
It's one scene. And that is probably how, like, a teenage boy would react.
Complete. Analysis complete.
He's coming too. Roger that.
But, Persona 4 is like, hey, we're, like, being very explicit about what this game is about.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Why did I not put them in the jeeps?
Okay, subject is in.
Mission
Oh.
info has been
It hardly looks like the treasure trove of intel we were hoping for. Well,
Tolerance feels seasonal, that's fair.
we'll trade the hot zone and RTB.
I don't need these guys, but... might as well bring them. Well, that's kind of my thing with Catherine as well. The characters in it are, like, very explicitly shitty. Like, intentionally so. So that makes it a little bit, like, easier to deal with some of the stuff that's in that game. But you can kind of chalk it up to being like, oh, the characters in canon are being this way, not just the writing. At least that's how I remember it. Oh, this guy really sucks. I'm not even gonna bother.
He's coming too.
I got
That.
all the objectives.
caution.
Prisoner being held. Listen to the conversation. What's the quickest way out of here?
Exfiltrated.
That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss.
Extraction
That's kind of-
arrived at Mother Base.
That's what makes me want to go back to it, is I see people talking about it.
Yes, mission complete. Boss, that was exceptional.
And I'm not in the sense of like, oh, did you even play the game? Oh, you're not even a fan. Type shit. But sometimes I see people criticizing it and being like, well, that's not what happens in that game. It's not just shitty. But
The Major spilled his guts, all right.
it's okay, like, it's okay to have different opinions, you know? People aren't wrong to dislike it.
He doesn't even know who's paying him. All his instructions came through a cutout. Well, who else would be behind it but Cypher? And this nuclear arms trading is clearly connected to that yellow cake. He thought the same thing, which is why he tried to investigate ZRS himself. He said something else that caught my attention. That ZRS are trying to kill some old man. How did one old man get that kind of attention?
And I should say, I haven't played Full Body. Full Body might be really shitty. But again, that seems like it would be a, Persona Golden type thing. Give me 1 second. Ba 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 ba. I feel like I'm still having issues with my mouth not wanting to open. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. That's not helping. Ba 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 ba. No, that's not helping either. Ba 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 ba. Yeah. Wait, is that not right? Hold on. Ba 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 ba. No. Ba 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 ba. Why is... Does this one need to go? I feel like my mouth isn't opening. That's an issue. I think I need to... now it's going close. To make this like 0.5? Oh, wait, no, that's wrong. Hold on. Hold on. If I do this, and it's always going to be open, but it's not what I want. Ba 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 ba. No. The way that VTS has these parameters like displayed is really confusing to me. Ba 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 ba. Is it... Do I need to turn like smoothing on? Ba 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 ba. We'll see how this works. That looks a little bit better. Like I said, I made the one model with the new tracking, and then all of these are out of date. But yeah, I don't know. I guess what I was trying to... The point I was trying to get to is, if I do play any of those games, I kind of want people to know what I'm doing. I don't want people to get, like, blindsided as to, like, some of the stuff that's in those games. So I don't know if I want to do those soon, or give them some time. I don't know.
Boss, about those walker gears spreading all over Africa. Huey's got an idea for a counter-weapon. Come on back to base.
The problem with, like, Needy Stream or Overload, I don't know what's in that game yet, so... Maybe I'll do that when...
This. It's a variable, multi-legged tank.
I'm afraid that one will hit too close to home, is the thing.
Your technology.
Big fan of spin-offs, isn't he? I hear he borrowed from the Soviets in Costa Rica, too.
Why are y'all whispering?
The design allows for a lot of freedom in setups. It's
It
based
sounds really
on a
quiet.
central core unit, so you can quickly reconfigure the hardware to suit any sort of mission parameters.
What the good doctor's trying to say is that it's customizable.
Naturally, it will raise the probability of success for standard missions. But it functions as an improved deterrent by increasing your preemptive strike capability against enemy elements. You just deploy it in a
English, please.
superior firepower puts the brakes on enemy attacks. Eventually, the whole war machine grinds to a halt. A true battle gear.
Cause I'm having deja vu here.
I don't like him any more than you. But we need this.
You think it'll cut it in the field?
Turning radius is better than any tanks. That's great for regional skirmishes. Tech like this is popping up all among the PS.
I do like that they'll just kind of like, it's a pretty good tank. It's fine.
To fight fire with fire.
I'll await your instructions then, boss.
So do we have your approval to commence development?
Fine.
I guess. Yeah, it's fine. I feel like the acting is different enough.
The chopping block, Doctor.
Got a new mission for you, boss. The client is one of the kids you rescued from that mine. According to the kids, people often disappear from the mine to a place called Nzoyabadiabulu, the Devil's House. On top of that, Saner's involved with the place. Check your iDroid for the mission details.
For some reason during that cutscene I was having like connection issues. Seems fine now. I don't think NSO is as bad as people make it out to be. It's kind of the impression I got from the way people talk about it. It seems like it's sensitive in the fact that, like, oh, it talks about mental health. So I think it's probably going to be fine.
Boss, welcome back.
I think they should replace all Metal Gear voice actors each game. Honestly, they could probably get away with it.
Boss,
If you do it every game, then it becomes expected.
Please select.
Should probably actually take some time. Oh god. Probably take some time to actually, like, hang out with the soldiers. Riot suits, body armor. Yeah.
Unit dispatched.
Giving Big Boss a different voice never bothers me since one of his sons is somehow British anyway. I mean, he grew up in Britland. My controller just stopped responding. Why did my controller stop responding? It's still on. Hold on. Strange. Release Game Mode's a good game, but it does more than just talk about mental health, it explores it in deep detail. Okay, well, I mean... I feel like
Train with me, boss.
I don't know. That's just one of those things that varies a lot depending on the person, I suppose. I think if a game actually like delves into it and like actually does a decent job with that, that's way different than something like Doki Doki Literature Club, where they'll just like, oh, we'll just show like a gruesome death and just linger on it because it's shocking. YouTube, make a thumbnail of this. I still think it's very funny that, well, funny and fucked up, that the Doki Doki Literature Club, boom,
Good to see you, boss.
happened right as, like, the Jake Paul, like, Suicide Forest controversy happened.
Up early, huh, boss?
Like, I can't believe he showed, suicide in his thumbnail. Anyway, here's my Doki Doki gameplay. Which obviously it's different when it's a real person, but I feel like a lot of people kind of lacked self-awareness around that time. Also, yes, he doesn't have time to take his clothes off.
Please select a mission. Please select a landing zone. Landing zone.
Roger. This is P-Squad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
I'd like to save up for base development.
This is P-Squad. On station at LZ.
That guy's name is just Komodo Dragon. That seems unfair. It doesn't have like a dumb nickname attached to it. How is stream stability, by the way? I'm noticing a lot of fluctuation.
Mission list updated.
I'm not noticing any, like, lag in chat. Like, it says I'm dropping frames, but I don't think I am. Don't know how much of it is on my side since I'm downloading Halo. Chat delay seems big? Huh. It didn't feel big. A lot of the time I see red, but it's fine. I've had a couple times where it'll stutter for a second, but it's, well, seems fine. That's what's confusing me, is it's, like... It's showing red, but... Let me... I'll drop it down to 5,000 just to be safe. Like I said, we had another decent storm last night and it knocked the power out, so maybe I should just go and reboot the router at some point, just to make sure everything is reset properly. Yeah, I was laying in bed and the power went out and I was like, oh god, is it going to keep me from playing Metal Gear again?
Please select a mission.
It seems like it just doesn't like being at a full 6,000, which is annoying, but...
Boss, the client this time is a child. One of the children you rescued from that mine. He wants us to save the boy who was their leader. His name is Shabani, and he was the oldest among them. Several days before he went to the mine, he was taken away to Nzoya Badiabulu. Our search turned up a place the locals call by that name. Ngumba Industrial Zone.
Goomba?
Nearby residents are terrified of it. They say the devil lives there.
So I wonder if it's an output resolution thing?
And it never returns. This industrial
Maybe.
zone has long been abandoned, but it seems it was sold off a few years back to a certain corporation, Saner. And now the perimeter is tightly guarded by a PF. The reason is unclear. The same goes for why Shabani was taken away. But something is obviously going on there. Those kids from the mine really looked up to Shabani. The client has given us the last of their diamonds in return. Go get Shabani out of there, boss. Whatever Cypher's up to in the region, Shabani might just be our best lead.
Considering I am streaming at just like a slightly lower resolution, and I have to slower my bitrate just slightly, it might be related. Whenever it was really bad, I tried going back to the, my old layout, and still had issues. I haven't tried that recently. I might do that after stream.
Mission accepted. Heading to Central Africa.
Which sucks because I like streaming in 4x3. I like it quite a bit, actually. And people have said that they seemingly like it. Yeah, I know 6,000 is what you need to do for 60 FPS. But some people stream in like 4K. But I guess maybe just am not able to do that since my PC is not super good. And my connection is not super good. I don't know. Have more than 10... Yeah, that's what I mean is, what if I went to 4x3, I moved it up instead of down in terms of resolution? So it's probably technically over 1080, yeah. Which, that stuff confuses me. I don't fully understand, I don't understand resolutions. I wonder if Twitch partners can stream more... I think they can. Yeah. Because I know, like, you don't really get, like, you don't get, like, options in the player unless you're, like, an affiliate for a while, which is annoying. Like, you can't, go down to, like, 140p or whatever. I assume we'll find it go in like this. You're shooting out more pixels? Yeah. I want to keep streaming in 4x3, but I don't want to lower below 1600 width. Because the reason that I like it is that it's letting me have a more full resolution of the actual game. Like, you're almost getting, like, you're almost getting full screen resolution.
Deploying.
Which is why I like it. But again, that might be why I can't stream at the full speed, at the full bit rate. In any case, it's not dropping down to 0 like it was, so that's that's the main thing. I guess for people who are not super people who are relatively new might not realize I was having really bad internet issues for a few weeks, about a month.
To work at the mine.
You just now noticed my emblem.
The others taken away to Ngumba Industrial Zone. The locals call this place Nzoya Badia Bulu, the Devil's House. Boss, find Shivani and
Skullface.
you can check the target's location on your iDroid.
They do kind of spoil all the shit that's going to happen in this game, and they're like, oh, Skullface and Man on Fire are going to be in this mission. I think whenever I do unlock FOBs, I might want to change my emblem. Because I don't know if they, like, ban people for shit like that. Oh, this shit over.
The map has been updated.
I think they were smart enough to not, call the rooster cock in the emblems, so...
You have arrived at your destination.
That would have been funnier, I think, but... If they don't want me to have this as my emblem, they should not let me have this combination. Snake, jump. Only one. Come on. I should probably spend more time with D-Horse in missions like this. It's like, I don't mind running, but I kind of want to get that, that friendship level maxed out. If Kojima had his way, he would probably have, like, tits as an option. He would have the One Punch Man Opie shirt as an emblem.
An outpost in a sunken road. Minoko Yanyoka, the snake's mouth. I get it.
Analysis.
Looks like that's the only way to the objective area. Boss, you need to extract Shivani, the leader of the boys.
The boys.
On your iDroid.
EDF Full Brothers has emblems of generic sexy devil and angel girls. Honestly, the shit that they would put on planes back in the day. I'm surprised they didn't do anything like that in this.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
This might be annoying. I want to take the time to, Shit. I might have to restart this. Nope. I want to take the time to, empty out this outpost. just to make sure that I'm getting all the emblem stuff. Because I think I don't have access to this one outside of this mission.
He's coming too. Roger that.
You know, I've been thinking about it. Like I said, I have that dog sitting job this weekend. I've been kind of tempted to go ahead and buy BattleBit, since I know I'm getting paid. Typically, I try to wait until I already have the money. I kinda want to play it.
Detected. The map has been
But then again, I probably won't have time to play it this week.
Analysis complete.
I was gonna say, that game needs to also let you have, like sexy women on your planes. On your vehicles. Why's my FPS dropping? Why is my FPS dropping while the game is paused? Hold on. Let me... My controller is also being wheeled. I'm gonna plug my controller into my actual PC instead of using a Bluetooth. I'm having encoding issues now. And I'm already on the fastest encoding. Oops. Why is everything set to extra high? I don't think that's supposed to be that way. Okay, now it's fine. I think the graphic settings reset at some point. Oh shit. Okay, question. I actually don't know this. Can I crawl over claymores? Or do I have to get behind them in this one? Classically in these games, you can just, like, crawl over them. I'm assuming since they're actually showing the, which way they're facing, I kinda don't want to risk it.
Analysis complete.
Didn't see anything. I hear music. Oh, might as well take a shit. I really thought we were going to Looney Tunes there.
Spit it out.
I'm squatched up, don't know who, they killed them all.
Speak. Speak. Where are your friends?
Some will see shortly.
Okay, you kinda suck. They have lights in the porta potties? That's kind of fancy. How is these getting powered? We don't even get that shit in, like, reality. They get those out here in the middle of nowhere. Poop powered? I wonder if you could do that, actually. Like, thermal power, but from, like, the decay. I assume they exist, but did they exist in, like, the 80s?
Analysis complete.
Because nowadays you could probably just put, like, a solar panel on top. All of these guys kind of suck. Oh, apparently I've been here, because I can't take the ticket.
Analysis complete.
How much... I don't know how, like, geothermal power actually operates that well. Like, how much of the heat do you actually need? Because if you could use, like, rot power...
Has been updated.
I like those something, though.
Marker placed. Caution, rain approaching.
Grab those on the way out. Should I blow this up? I should probably blow this up, huh? He'll go down eventually. Right?
Outpost captured.
I want to take the truck. Probably should. It's quite a ways.
The map has been updated.
I still don't know if, like, blowing up trucks does anything in this game. It feels like it should. Because, like, sometimes you see trucks driving by with, like generators and stuff in the back.
Extraction arrived at base.
So I wonder if that's a way of, like, keeping that stuff destroyed.
Extraction arrived at Mega Base.
God, another game that I thought about installing. I thought about installing, what is it called? Not Snowpiercer. Snow Runner? That trucking game that's set in, like, snow.
Analysis complete.
Because watching Cypress playing a bunch of trucking games made me want to do some of that.
Analysis complete.
There's too many people here.
Analysis complete.
And they all kind of suck.
Analysis complete.
I was hoping this guy would turn the other direction. Maybe this guy's too dumb to see me? Yeah. I'm trying to conserve ammo.
Post captured.
Good enough. Not really. Not... I didn't get shot, but
Analysis complete.
if I was playing alone, I would probably, like, reset the entire mission.
Analysis complete.
Got anything to tell me?
You gotta extract him.
The map has been updated.
Not really.
The map has been updated.
The container contains things. Did you know? I'll be nice. I won't run you over. I thought about it. I thought about just barreling through. I don't even have to go that way. Okay. Oxers can even have men inside them. Snake is already way ahead of these people. Oh, this is the end of the road. Yeah. There's still a path, kind of. Kind of? This looks right. Maybe. It might not be worth taking the truck.
Even got a guard post there. Security sure is tight. Guess they don't want anyone poking around.
Clouds approaching.
Probably would have been faster to just walk. You guys don't happen to have any suppressors, do you? I don't want to have to start killing people. Oh, this guy got a shit job. Doing this all by himself. Sorry.
Has been updated.
Yeah, I kind of expect you to not know anything, dude.
Where are the others?
Analysis complete.
They kind of probably just wanted to get rid of this guy, honestly.
Good dog.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
So this is Raven territory.
I think I have Ravens.
I heard once. Missed. Leave the valley up ahead.
I hold
covered in mist.
missed.
Around. The objective area is beyond there.
Analysis complete.
I'm pretty sure I already have Ravens collected. I think at this point I could probably, like, collect all the different types of animals. I think my, my capital cage is leveled up enough. I don't know if that's something that I want to try streaming, though. It seems incredibly tedious.
Speak. Where are your friends? Where are the others? Talk. Where are your friends? Where are your friends? Where are your friends? Where are the others?
It's like Austin Powers, you have to ask 3 times in a row. Actually, I don't want you getting up.
Spit it out.
I don't remember this area.
collapsed. Looks like you'll have to go down through the valley.
Folks talk like he's hucking a loogie. Talk.
Look at the round ears. That's an African wild dog.
Oh, I see it now.
Even attack humans. Don't underestimate them, boss.
Okay, I have to... find a way down.
Arrived at Mother Base.
Anything behind the waterfall?
Boss, that isn't the way to the objective area. Turn back.
The fact that he says that, though, makes me wonder... Hold on. I barely go to this direction, he says turn back, so that makes me think there might be something. Will that kill me? That looks like it'll kill me. I won't risk it.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Aww. That's cute. The fact that that dog is by itself makes me wonder if it's an objective. Ooh. I was about to... I was thinking... Ooh! I was thinking it's not smart to go behind a target range. I'm out of ammo, shit. Let's see if we can take these guys out without needing to shoot. I was really hoping I would come across a suppressor. Stop looking this way. Okay. Let me get this guy first. Very, very slowly.
Spit it out. Where are your friends?
The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Don't turn around. I guess we might be, no, because those guys up there. I was going to say we might be isolated enough that I can shoot without it being too big of a deal. I assume the people around the bend would hear it. I don't know how this game deals with, like, echoes. Because being in this valley, in reality, it would echo a lot. But I feel like Koji Pro, would probably take that into account. Oh, are you facing this way now? I could just kill him. I still have a suppressor on my rifle. Actually, I wonder, since little target shooting. I don't know if they would mistake my gunshots as them shooting.
Where are the others?
Probably not. That would be cool, but probably not.
Hands up. Spit it out. Where are your friends? Speak. Speak. Spit it out.
The map has been updated.
Yeah, I know I saw diamonds. Over here.
Marker placed.
I always don't want to call in ammo in an actual mission. Even though I know I just should.
Analysis complete.
You can come. Oh, wait. Can I tell it not to...
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
I guess that doesn't matter. I think it's going to resupply my explosives, since I picked those up.
You have arrived at your destination. Supply drop
Fuck!
complete.
The dogs, like, sneak up on you. Which, I guess, is fitting. Is this... I still don't fully remember what mission this is, and it's kind of confusing me. This isn't the code taco mission, is it? No, because I'm getting the kid. Huh.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Did he slide?
Where are your friends? Where are the others?
I want to take you with me. Any second. Any second now. There we go.
Guard post captured.
There's a cliff blocking the way to the objective area. You'll have to take the path.
Thanks, I wouldn't have thought about taking the path and not climbing the cliff.
Time. Police arriving on scene after neighbors called 911 found the father in his car listening to the radio. Several days before the murders, neighbors say they heard the father repeating a sequence of numbers in a loud voice. They said it was like he was chanting some strange spell. There was another family shot to death in the same state last month, and in December last year, a man used a rifle and meat cleaver to murder his entire family. In each case, the perpetrators were fathers. State police say this string of domestic homicides appears unrelated, though it could be part of a larger trend such as employment, child care, and other social issues facing the average family. As the congressional debate over gun control flares up yet again, we regret to report the murder of a wife and her 2 children by their husband and father. The father purchased the rifle used in the crime at his local gun store 2 days earlier. This brutal killing took place while the family was gathered at home on a Sunday afternoon. The day of the crime, the father went to the trunk of his car, retrieved the rifle, and shot his wife as she was cleaning up the kitchen after lunch. When his 10-year-old son came to investigate the commotion, the father shot him too. His 6-year-old daughter had the good sense to hide in the bathroom, but reports suggest he lured her out by telling her it was just a game. The girl was found shot once in the chest from point-blank range. The mother, who he shot in the stomach, was pregnant at the time. Police arriving on scene after neighbors called 911 found the father in his car.
I wonder how many people played this game with, like, no context of PT. That just seems like a extremely gruesome thing to heal at random in a game like this. Not realizing that it's, from something else, technically. Shit.
Boss, that isn't the way to the objective area. Turn back.
What, do you not want me to get this diamond, Milo? Why do you feel like an idiot now? Hey, there's still a lot of space I can explore up this direction. It's probably more shit. I think that was actually like an extended version of the PT radio. I feel like there was stuff in there that I don't remember. Actually, this might be the way I exit the mission. I probably shouldn't go all the way up. I was about to fucking get rid of these guys because I knew they would wake up. I guess I could have just made them lay down too. Oh well, it's too late now.
You gotta extract him.
I thought I saw a diamond, but it might have just been a trick of the light.
There's a lot of erosion in that tunnel. Could come down any minute. Watch your step.
Yeah, I half expected explosives to be in here.
Arrived at your destination.
objective area.
Oh.
Now look for the target.
How did you get in front of me, dog? I didn't see you pass. Oh. I remember this location now. Okay. Now I know what mission this is. I might be a little unprepared. A wild box. I couldn't tell if that was intentional. I don't know if that just happened to be under the box, or if they intentionally put a mouse in a box. Seems pretty empty. Couple of jeeps. Is there a name for jeeps that isn't Jeep? Because Jeep is like the brand, right? Or is the brand named after the type of vehicle? I forgot that this mission got spooky. Might be both? Huh. You don't gotta be that forceful, Snake. God, the use of light flares in this game is really good. I thought he was about to taste it. Don't lick it. Okay, good.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
What is that? Boss, here's your body.
Oh, those are all the animals I was seeing. Man, it sucks we didn't get PT. This is really good. Don't touch it. Don't rub the souls all over your face, please.
Shabani, your boy sent me.
En je må signet og banetod. Nå går jeg be, Kieban.
Frederick Krueger. You.
Burn with the rest of them.
God. Metal Gear is silly. I know the point is kind of that it's silly. But shit, does that not explode? Oh, sorry, dog. Hold on. Ooh. I wanna kill him. Dog, you need to get out of here, it's not safe. Did I get him? Nope, I missed. I might not have what I need to actually kill him. Just one more waddle tower. I was trying to say. Fuck. Fuck. Oh, he did it to himself. Good job, idiot. I think there's a way to, like, actually beat him. I don't remember how, though. I think we just need to go. This is silly in a video game, but if you were in that situation, and then a fucking skeleton man and his... Ugh,
I know it's risky. I'm taking the LZ closer to your position. First stop him, then call in the chopper.
a skeleton man and his, like, file demon friend showed up, it would be pretty scary. You wouldn't... I don't think you would see it as silly in that situation. Wait a minute. Is he still here? There he is. I have an idea. Ugh. Shit, he kept going. Oh my god, he wasn't supposed to keep going. Oh, that's about to explode, I think. Where'd the other one go? I think he blew it up. That was a good idea. He wasn't meant to slide. Auto supply. Is there another one? Come over the hill. Wait, can I try to Fulton him?
Damn, what is this guy?
Damn it. Okay, I don't think the vehicle is an option. Nope, it's blown up. What else is though? Fulton after he gets into the pool. See if I can actually get him into the pool. I could try luring him in with the C4, maybe. That might get him in. Also, hello, welcome. I could just call in the water pistol. Unscripted is a failed no matter what. I forgot they try to discover his true identity as if it's not very obvious who this is. Will they even knock him back? No, okay. Okay, I think I need to call in weapons. Thank you for the— oh god, I was looking at that! Thank you for the follow! I'm trying to find somewhere safe. I think D-Dog is broken. It's just... let's call in a shotgun.
Don't let your buddy die, Snake. I'm pulling him out of there. This is your chance. He's lost sight of you. See anything nearby you could use to stop him?
Operations. Please select a drop for supplies requested.
Hopefully that doesn't land on the roof. That's landing on the roof. Shit.
Supply drop complete.
Hopefully it'll tumble. Hopefully it'll tumble. Is there a way to get up though? Fall, 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 fall. Yes. Cheating, cheating, you don't know I'm here.
He spotted you. He's coming.
Oh no, he just evaporated.
On the chopper.
Oh, it's raining now. Hey, it would have been cool if it was raining when he was attacking me. That would have been helpful. D-Dog's gonna be mad at me for a little bit. Oh, right.
Roger.
Kuwabara, Kuwabara. Psycho Kid is aggressively neutral, which made him quite interesting as a minor character. Yeah. I think I would have liked if he had more characterization, but I do understand why they used him the way they did. I might take a very quick break after this mission, just to go refill my drink. We've been going for about 3 hours, so yeah, a short break is probably a good idea. It's quiet. It's peaceful now that he's gone.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Mission complete. Great work.
Could have done better. This is one I'll probably play off stream to try and get an S rank, honestly.
Skullface. So he was in Africa after all. Working behind the scenes, even that man on fire at his beck and call. But what the hell was going on at the Devil's house? Earphones embedded in people's throats, tapes playing voices. And those lumps on their chests. They look like the ones on the bodies at the oil field. The man on fire burned everything to the ground. But we were recording audio the whole time you were there. We'll conduct a thorough analysis of it.
Oh, we got a new tape. I don't know what side missions we have in Africa. I've been doing side missions while I listen to the tapes as I get them, but it's just one. If it's just one, we can probably do it whenever. Your friend is dead. Sorry. Nice boots. I actually really like those boots. Those red boots. Well, they're supposed to be like Wellingtons. They might be rubber boots. That's less cool. The logo in the background. Ugh. Whoa. It takes them a long time to walk away. Took them about like an hour, maybe 2 hours to go from Vale to Vale.
So happens a job connected to this inspection has come in. Take a look at your iDroid.
Boss! Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna take a very quick, like, bathroom and drink break. I guess I probably shouldn't pause it so stuff can be happening. God, a bunch of people keep dying. Still not enough. I know at this point I should probably just be spending this money on other platforms. But if I get the base development, then I'll be getting more resources to be putting into these. So I feel like waiting is what I'm supposed to do, but I know it's probably not. Oh well. Do you want to develop anything?
Please specify a project.
Eh.
Please specify a project.
Hello, B. Man-portable, dual wavelength guided missile. ILUV fire and forget guidance system. That seems good. They lack power. Will I ever need a guidance system? The security team might. Whenever I unlock them. Nothing really major standing out. Yeah, I think I might just save my money for now.
Please select a mission.
Soy... Uranium centrifuges. Confidential assignment from...
In order, boss.
Don't interrupt me. Assignment from an eastern nation. Country in the region is secretly constructing a uranium enrichment centrifuges. Infiltrate the country, break through the security, destroy the facilities. Must be precise in order to avoid leakage. Some decent volunteers, get some metal, and a blueprint. Metal Gear Rising 4, but we haven't had 2 or 3 yet. Well, hey! Waka waka. Okay, go do that. Ooh, 82% isn't super good. Not really a fan of 82%, but...
Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched.
Okay, I will be right back. If I can get over here. Oh, that's loud. I don't think this is loud for y'all. I think it's just loud in my ears. I think it's fine for y'all. I grabbed some food as well. I'm gonna take a little bit longer just to eat a little bit. I hope everybody is having a good night tonight. Thank you all for coming out.
Trans rights.
Hell yeah. You did that right as the song ended, and it sounded like it was part of the song.
Hey, what's up? I'm Tane.
Hello there.
I have low-key been hoping that you draw fan old Phoebe. I wasn't gonna say it out loud, but as someone who also draws, there is a part of me that still feels bad for, like, wanting free art, but it is always welcome. I'm going to finish eating this piece of fish, and then we will get back to the game. Okay, by the way, especially since I haven't been able to stream really for a while, I'm like super grateful. I'm super grateful for everybody who's here tonight. Like, I'm still getting used to, like, having viewers in, like, the double digits. So to have so many people hanging out is pretty awesome. Can I put my controller? Oh! I played Kingsway, off stream. I played some Kingsway off stream and had a really good build. I might want to play some more of that at some point. I made a rogue that could summon zombies, stunned on every hit, and because I stunned on every hit, my zombies also stunned on every hit. And they also inflicted poison. And I, like, had really high agility, so I essentially just, like, waited for the Sky Eagle to arrive and just immediately, like, stun-locked it to death. It was a really good build. I also played a, what do they call him? Not a vampire. Like a blood oath? Whatever that class is called, and had a pretty good run, but I got fucked up by, a skeleton summoning icicles. So I might stream more of that at some point. Oh, right, audio. Logan, but glad to tune in, glad to be watching a JD stream. That is honestly very kind. I'm always surprised that people enjoy watching me, so even just having anybody watching is always awesome. When I was on Melody's stream yesterday, someone called me an inspiration, and I was like, oh god, that's that's a lot of pressure. But it is,
Thank you for getting those animals out, boss.
very nice.
Thanks for that, boss.
Someone called me a micro-celebrity, and then somebody called me an inspiration, and I'm trying to not let it go to my head. We have 2 cassette tapes. Highly skilled soldiers, prisoners. Why can't I do this one again? Why can't I do this one again? Huh. Wandering Mother. Oh, right, we should probably go see Paws, huh? I think we have, a couple photos.
Marker placed.
I want to play more World of Horror at some point, but I love that game. I despise the way you unlock stuff in that game. And I'm hoping that I'll find, like, a mod or something that can just unlock everything. Or maybe wait until, like, the full game is released, because I know it got a proper... got a proper release date recently. So I might should wait till that's out.
Boss, about those invalids you saw in that devil's house.
Jesus, don't call them that. Come on.
All strapped down to the beds, with those lumps on their chest. The medical staff tell me they were probably a type of cyst. Cysts can get that big. In some cases, yes.
You sis.
Supposing they're a kind of atheroma forming on the surface of the skin. The size is just too big. The appearance is all wrong. In the end, the medical team were at a loss. Those lumps were like nothing they'd ever seen. The fluid you said you got on your prosthesis when you touched one was burned off in the fighting, and the factory burned down too. None of the tests we did once you were back at the base revealed a pathogen that could have caused them. Meaning we don't have a single sample to work with. Everything went up in flames. What worries the medical team most is whether it's contagious. Whether there's a chance we could end up like that. And Mother Base's sanitation control has always been strict. After all, war is great at transporting diseases. For the time being, at least. There's no sign of contagion or any symptoms that could be related. One more thing. About the surgery that have been performed on the people in the Devil's House. Yeah? You said that their throats were cut
This house.
An acoustic tube pushed inside? Right. The tubes were hooked up to tape recorders playing some kind of audio. Well, we picked up some of that audio through your radio transmissions and recorded it here. The intel team has been working on analyzing the communications log. What have they found? There's nothing tying the contents together. We've got a report on 3 deaths in a car accident on the autoroute near Marseille. Protests outside the Libyan embassy in London. A press conference with the former Prime Minister of Sweden. A 4-month-old weather forecast for Balikpapan. And then commercials for appliances, cough syrup, and TV dinners. Assuming they're not all staged, they come off as recordings of your average public broadcasts. Public broadcasts?
I guess I could be eating while we're talking.
Radio and TV signals. Yes, and from all over the world. We're looking into whether they're genuine or not, just to be sure. What else? A speech that sounds like it was recorded out on the street, and people chatting about how this year's tomato crop did. And there's nothing they have in common? We're partway through the cryptanalysis. That includes checking all audio ranges and running it backward and at different speeds. Then there's vocabulary breakdown for political suggestions, ideological common points. But I don't think it's going to get us anywhere. Where were the recordings made? There's nothing linking them from that angle either. Just like you reported, we've detected virtually every major language there is. French, German, Italian, Spanish.
It's really tempting to kill this guy.
American accents. Then there's Russian, Hindi, Arabic, Portuguese, Mandarin, Cantonese, Japanese. They're nothing if not thorough. Well, I don't know if we've got them all covered. Ignoring the ones that have gone extinct, supposedly over 5,000 languages exist today. Besides, English isn't one of the ones we picked up. Really? English? I know. Only 5% of the world's population is a native English speaker. But when you factor in those who've acquired it as a second language, nearly 1/3 of the people speak it. The world's dominant lingua franca. You gotta figure they had it somewhere among all the languages in that place. No English. Bear in mind we didn't hear everything that was played in that room. We couldn't isolate the more distant sounds due to static and the program could have been set to change every day. In a nutshell, for reasons unknown, people in that room with a common
He's cosplaying.
were made to listen to recordings in languages from around the world. It's not clear how the growths on their chests fit into it. It could have been treatment for them or maybe an experiment of some kind. I'm guessing one person knows. Yeah, Skullface. He was there. The only thing we can say for sure is that he's involved.
You know, I've never actually seen those posters in reality. I kind of want to see if I can find an anime pause poster. Honestly, oh my god, can you imagine if they actually made her look like an 80s anime instead of a modern one? God, that would have been really good. Somebody should do that.
Oh, Snake!
I still
Snake?
can't get over how missable this is.
Who took this? Strangelove? Maybe when she rubbed that sunscreen on me. Oh, I'm trying not to remember it. But you know, despite her quirks, Dr. Strangelove is a good person. I wish you'd come and say hello. I am so tired. I will just lie here a while.
Is there a way to... I don't know if there's a way to actually look at the photos. Are those in a... database? Yeah. I'll be honest, I still don't really know how to feel about some of the pause stuff, considering, like... It's still mostly creepy. It's still mostly creepy, because they thought she was, like, 14. Even though she's, like, 20-something. I think the intent of the characters kind of matters. Oh wait, that was the swimsuit one. So yeah, we need to get more.
Roger.
Maybe I should switch to the song again. Speaking of 80s anime, let's do this one. Or they did a better job of, like, normalizing the audio for the helicopter songs. My issues, I can never think of anything funny for the radio. I just think of songs that I like. Okay, what are we doing?
Mission list updated. Please select a mission.
Do we want to... We could go grab this other soldier. Legendary... Oh, I think we need to get the legendary gunsmith. We should probably do that before we actually do this next mission.
Select a mission.
Yeah, we'll fly in and do those side missions and then do that.
Please select a land heading to Central Africa.
I feel like I should change something, but I don't know what. That was my camo. Sandy and greenery? That should be fine. I feel like I'm too frugal at this point. I always want to go in with, like, as little as possible. Maybe once we get the gunsmith, it'll be more tempting to bring more guns and shit in. Actually, I feel like I've asked this multiple times, but I feel like more people are watching me now. Even just from when I was played this, like, last time. I've got a bunch of followers, which is very cool. How many people here, like, know Metal Gear stuff? Because, like I said, I've been playing them chronologically. But I know I've gained a lot of followers since I beat the last one. too quiet. We need something intimidating. Only played through the first 2 solid games and know bits from the others, hearing about it from fans. I see. We can go back to No Sex, No Laid. No good bit, but Phantom Pain I never played. I see. Honestly, I don't blame people for not playing Phantom Pain. I really want, like, a demake of this game made in the style of, like, Solid 1 or 2. With, like, only the important bits. I guess by definition it would have to be in the style of 3, being a jungle, but...
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
I really wish we could get more games in the style of the 1 and 2, which I guess Signalis kind of is.
The map has been updated.
I know a lot of people, for some reason, saw Signalis as like a Metal Gear Solid-like, rather than a Resident Evil-like.
Analysis.
Which it's not, at all, but I guess people see isometric views.
Analysis complete.
And see the UI of that game and see it as Metal Gear. Fuck, I might actually need to get rid of these mines.
Analysis complete.
So using a lot of them now. Haven't seen many people defend the top-down camera from the early games. I'll defend it all day. I think it's great. I really like the kind of like room-by-room gameplay. Know some of the basic plot points, but not much. Okay. Well, I guess for people who missed it, the deal with Paz, she was... Oh, shit. She convinced us to... Fuck. Hold on. She was semi-responsible for convincing us to do the shit we did in the previous game. Chronologically. But turned out to be a spy for Cypher, which Cypher is like the Illuminati, essentially. And during the events of Ground Zeroes, well, one, some fucking terrible shit happened to her.
Me too. Roger that.
Well, a lot of shit happened. At the end of Peace Walker, she reveals that she was a spy and tries to steal Metal Gear and kill us. But we blow her up instead. But she survives. But then gets captured by Skullface. So we save her, and then she gets blown up again, but then she survives. So now she's here with, like, amnesia. So she, at the moment, believes that the personality that she was... She believes that she's the person that she was pretending to be as a spy. So that's why we're, like, showing her these photos, and she's like, oh, I kind of remember this.
Hey, en jy die ouens moet praat oor daai ou ballie van Amerika?
Van Amerika? Wie?
Dis nie 'n groot ding nie, maar ek het gehoor hy's 'n kernwapen genius. En sy navorsing gaan kernwapens in die hande van selfs die kleinste militante groepe plaas.
Wat 'n klomp kak. Jy dink die
I should get all this fuel while I'm here.
Kyk hoe nukes oral versprei. Kyk na Suid-Afrika. Hel, kyk hoe die States vir Grootpa stok gemaak het.
Ek weet. Maar jy kan nie die logika van
Actually, I don't remember if she blew up.
die wêreld is vol ryk.
In Peace Walker. She might have, like, fallen into the ocean?
En dis waar die gerugte begin.
Something.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
But yeah, she was, like, pretending to be, like, a teenager, when in reality she was, like, a 20-something-year-old Illuminati spy.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
So, point being, it's half creepy. Characters hitting on own shit when they thought she was a teenager is creepy. And I didn't do the secret, I didn't do the secret where you can get into Love Box with her, so in this playthrough that didn't happen, it's fine. Oh. The Love Box, you know. We all know canonically he got in with cause.
You gotta extract him.
Why do you have helmets? I thought I got rid of those. Shit. Ooh. Well, okay. I fucked up the combo.
Boss, what happened? Boss!
I thought they weren't supposed to have... Did they already get the helmets back? Was that just for the mission?
Please select a mission.
I guess it's just for the mission. Okay. Maybe I should start carrying stun grenades. They're expensive, but it might be worth actually having them.
Analysis complete.
Actually, don't waste a shot on that guy.
Move on the ground. Spit it out. Where are the others?
The map has been updated.
Is that truck coming again? God damn it. I thought the time would technically be different.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
I need to get better sights on this gun.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
I don't need any of these people.
Hands up.
Alsjeblieft. Moet je te doen.
The map has been updated.
Just relax. Everybody just fucking chill.
Updated.
I just want one guy. Honestly, I kind of like the idea of, like, at a certain point, Snake should just be able to, like, walk into a battlefield and point at someone, and no one puts up a fight. Don't even bother going on that side yet. See if we can get straight to the target. I could probably call in Quiet, honestly. She could probably take out this entire camp on her own. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should spend more time with her. I think it's funny how selective Kojima is about realism. He makes her eyes adapt to low light and wants trees to grow in real time. But suppressors make guns super quiet and tranks walk really quickly. They'll never fail. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what makes so many of his games work, though. They don't, they don't make the game less fun for the sake of realism. Which you could argue that that's an issue a lot of people had with, like, Red Dead Redemption 2. But I still think that game was kinda fun on its own.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Red Dead Redemption 2 had the issue of, like, horrible walking conditions for a bunch of shit that didn't matter. That's not good. But I think the game was fun. Like, I feel sorry for whoever had to make the horse testicle tech, but...
Spit it out.
The map has been updated.
Where are the others?
But also it is pretty funny that, that they did do that.
The map has been updated.
Also, we're assuming that someone didn't volunteer for that, because...
Analysis complete. Analysis
you know,
complete.
I've seen some Skyrim mods where people do that shit on their own. The what? So in Red Dead Redemption 2, the weather system is a big deal. Like, the temperature system is a big deal. To the point that, the balls on your horses change size depending on the temperature.
You gotta extract him.
Supposedly. I never actually, like, noticed it just playing the game, but I also wasn't looking for it, so...
Analysis complete.
I don't believe you, this has to be fake. No. Well, Red Dead Redemption 1 had a scene where dude, like, oh, look at how healthy these horses are, then he reaches down and, like, grabs the balls. Even back then I was like, that seems like a bit much. Even just modeling them seems like a bit much.
Stay okay.
Pass out, pass out, pass out, pass out. Good, 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 good. Perfect. That was the wrong guy.
Analysis complete.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Side op complete. completed. Extraction arrived at the base.
Okay.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Has been updated.
I want to get the... I want to get as much fuel as I can.
You have arrived at your destination.
I think there is like a lot of polish in that game that I can't say it's worth it because that's like a judgment decision that I don't feel comfortable making. I don't think any like human suffering is like worth making something look cool. But a lot of the polish in that game is like impressive. So having horse balls change size is just like another bullet point on the list of impressive things that they did. Where's this fuel?
Marker placed. You have arrived at your destination. Marker placed.
Inside.
You have arrived at your destination.
Oh, just behind the bed.
Marker placed.
Honestly, I wanted to stream Red Dead at some point. I wanted to get Red Dead Online and do like fishing streams and like nature streams. But turns out Red Dead Online kind of sucks, so I never actually put anything together.
Marker placed.
I installed it, I made a character, I did like the opening missions, and saw that you have to be like level 20 to get a fishing rod. It's like, I don't want to like actually play the game, I want to fish, I want to hunt.
You have arrived at your destination. Marker placed.
It might not have been 20, it might have been like
You have arrived.
5, but still too much.
Marker placed.
And I didn't... The thing is, I only bought online because online was like $5. I don't want to buy the campaign again just to do that.
Your destination.
Because I do own it on PlayStation.
Marker placed.
Why is it not showing the suppressor? Do I not have a suppressor on this? What's...
Sun will rise momentarily.
Bought it cheap for a long time ago, never played because my computer ain't quite enough? Yeah, I'm afraid of that too. Like, I can play it okay on my own, but I don't know if I would be able to...
On the ground.
be able to stream it.
Spit it out.
Analysis
Ooh.
complete. The map has been updated. Clouds approaching.
It sucks because that's like the exact thing I want out of like a fishing game.
You have arrived at your destination.
Fishing is always the best in games where it's not the main point. Like, part of the appeal is, like, finding the right location and, like, trudging through the mud to find the right place. Finding a boat and just, like, getting out on the water and maybe not even catching anything. Which I like real-life fishing as well, but I don't... I'm not like a vegetarian or anything, but I still feel bad about fishing sometimes. I don't like fishing for fun, I should say. I've gutted fish in the past, and it's pretty easy, but I haven't gone beyond that. Really, I haven't, like, skinned them. I haven't, like, properly, like, prepared a fish. Which is something that I do want to, like, learn at some point, but... I need to get that guy. Material container. Which one is closer?
Marker placed. Supplies?
The people that I'm dog sitting for this weekend, whenever I went to meet them, and they showed me, like, the dogs in their house and all that kind of stuff, the dude was like, oh yeah, we have a pond out on the yard, and there's fishing poles if you want to go fish. And it's like, I do, but I don't want to fish for something that I'm not going to eat. Because, like, I don't really want to eat, like, a pond fish. That's probably kind of nasty. And I think that's why I like doing it in video games, honestly.
Extraction arrived at Nether Base.
It's all the fun of fishing without killing an animal. Which, again, I usually don't care about, but... I just went in a loop. Like, it's not so much the killing, it's the waste, I think. That might sound bad out of context now that I think about it. I don't mind the killing. Also, yeah, with fishing, there's kind of a cruelty element to it. Like, if you're out, like, hunting deer or something, you don't just fucking shoot it in the leg and then let it go. That's... But with fishing, it's like, oop, I fucking put a hook in your eye. Time to toss you back. Cool. Empty room. There's nothing here? Strange. Should I? Should I? We'll go get this guy and then... And then we'll come back for those. If only we could catch Deal with a fishing rod. I mean, I'm sure that there are people who set up... I guess you kind of do. If you use bait... That's kind of like the same way fishing works. Man, talking about this is kind of making me want to like, oh god, making me want to like go camping almost.
That's the target. I remember him. He was off base during the attack 9 years ago. Bring him home, boss.
I actually like camping and fishing and that kind of stuff if it's, you know, with the right people.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Memento, nuke. Let's look at that. Oh, it's the cat. Right, they named the cat Nuke. I forgot about that. I have family that goes camping a lot. Well, camping. They have some land with like a cabin. But I don't wanna go out into the woods with my family. All of the time they only ask me if I want to go because I think they want me to help them, like, build shit. Ooh, that's Cliff. This isn't a mission, but they have fuel in here.
Analysis complete.
You know, honestly, the thing that I might actually be craving is alcohol. I might just be craving, like, having a beer while fishing. The missions are the ones we make along the way. I haven't gotten zooted in a while. I've tried to... I was starting to get a reputation, so I don't drink as much as I used to. thing is not... I wasn't getting a reputation for, like, getting fucked up. Just that I am able to drink a lot. It's like,
Analysis complete.
I don't want to be known as that kind of person. At least not among family.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Where the fuck did all those things go? Too many people here. Oh, I came in from, like, the complete wrong place.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
That being said... that being said, I should do a drinking stream at some point. That sounds fun. I think I drank once on stream. Whenever I did, Mortuary Assistant. But I didn't get, like, drunk. At least not that I remember. I think that's all the big ones. Okay. Biological material, is that the only... I want to do this one too.
Marker removed.
Where did I leave my... where did I leave my Jeep?
Clouds approaching.
I have technically streamed while, under the influence of something else. But that was more of an accident. That was more of an accident. Sometimes you, eat a piece of candy that is, stronger than you thought it was going to be. And it ends up lasting a few days.
Extraction arrived at methods.
That should only really do if I feel like I need to. If I'm, like, having really bad, like, depression. No, that's what I call a phantom cigar. Heyo. I don't know. Honestly, at this point, I feel like the chemical that I am utilizing the most is caffeine. But in kind of a good way, honestly. It will kill you, yeah, but... It's kind of the scary thing, because, you know, like... you know how people will be like, oh, I can't stop getting drunk or getting high. What if I stop being funny? What if I lose my charming personality or whatever the fuck? That's kind of how I've been with caffeine lately. I feel like I've kind of been relying on it for streaming. So I should probably cut back a little bit. But also, it has been helping. The ability to not, like, lose all my energy midstream. Which really, what I should be doing is exercising, but easier said than done. Speaking of which, let me get a drink. But then again, that's also a reason why I don't stream every day, like I used to.
Analysis
That's the target.
Analysis complete.
I was hoping this would be fuel. I would kind of actually really like to be able to stream every day again, but... it's more difficult than you think it would be. I burn out very easily, I think. No, I wasn't even looking at you. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Oh, okay, that's not what I meant to do, but...
Speak. On the ground.
The map has been updated. You have arrived at your destination.
Powerpuff Girls, that sound effect. Actually, the sonar... that's a $1 Million Man sound effect, isn't it? Oh, it is million, right?
Analysis complete.
We can rebuild him, but we don't have a lot of money.
Completed.
Didn't they try to remake $1 Million Man, like, recently?
Base.
Goat.
That's a Nubian goat. It's a dairy breed whose milk is ideal for cheese production. It's also butchered for meat, but don't get any ideas.
It's kind of fucked up there was never a good PPG game. I feel like that's something somebody would have made as like an indie game by now. Okay, well, what's the actual mission?
Development project has been added. Please
I had the
select
Power Stone clone? I don't think Power Stone is like a genre is very good, to be honest.
unit dispatched. Please select a mission.
The contract is to eliminate a high-ranking CFA officer. CFA doesn't just hire UNITA soldiers as mercenaries. They're also supplying UNITA with weapons. It just smacks of Western nations manipulating them against the socialist MPLA. Naturally, the MPLA is not happy with the situation and wants us to put a stop to it. Your standard issue East-West proxy war. Except it appears our target is the man in charge of how many weapons get supplied to UNITA. Apparently his MO is to keep the Civil War going as long as possible, so CFA can keep making a profit. Bad for business if UNITA wins too soon. So they sit back and suck the people dry. Parasites of war. Our intel suggests the target rarely ventures outside of Nova Braga Airport. But rumor has it that a Western arms dealer is headed there soon for an inspection. That could be your chance to eliminate the target from a distance. We also heard that he plans to leave the country following the inspection. This may be our only opportunity to take him out.
Mission accepted. The map has been updated.
Probably should have just flown.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Should probably not go for too much longer, honestly. It's, what, midnight? Wait, it's only 10? What the fuck? Jesus, never mind. Maybe I'm just tired. Like I said, I've been drinking a lot of caffeine and having caffeine crashes. But no, I kind of... Honestly, I wanted to go a little long tonight anyway, because I haven't been able to play this in a month. So I'm glad I was wrong. Also, from my perspective, I can only sort of see the time on the stream. So at the... from my angle, it looked like it's at 12. Whenever I do stream Thursday, I probably will want to do a shorter stream, because I'll have to be able to actually get up in the morning to go dog sitting. I have a lot of drawing stuff that I want to get done as well, but... It's been difficult. It doesn't help that every time I, sit down to draw, my cat will, climb up my belly and try to, like, lay on my chest, and it's like, I can't do anything whenever you lay on me. And I'm too soft to make him get down. The war economy. Honestly, this game would be, like, way better if it had the Killer 7 text-to-speech in it. I wonder if I can... I wonder if I can set up that specific text-to-speech for stream.
The official in charge of supplying weapons to UNITA. The target stays at Nova Braga Airport. Head to the airport first.
What? What exactly are we doing? Notify the arms dealer, the CFA official, eliminate the CFA official. Wait a minute. That face looks extremely familiar. I feel like there's an actor that looks like that.
We have an emergency.
What the fuck?
Mother base is under attack.
Oh.
The enemy is over on one of our platforms, and they're holding some of our staff hostage. If we don't do something, they'll try to take off with our men. That would mean losing some of our finest manpower. Boss, take back that platform. This is a race against time. For all of us. Get on this mission right away, boss.
I forgot that's how they do this.
Please select a mission. Mission accepted. Heading to Mother Base.
No, I feel like that face looks like a guy that I've seen on, like, a CW show. Like in Arrow or something. We're going to be on the platform. Vehicles or weapon emplacements, metal or concrete. I could just use a sneaking suit. Steel and concrete. Wait, is there a difference between metal and concrete or steel and concrete? I'm gonna change out the rifle. Just in case. Should I bring a sniper? Yeah.
Deploying.
Just in case that World Insurance commercial. Not to be confused with Just in Time. Wasn't that one movie with, Justin Timberlake? It's like kind of a Logan's Run ripoff, or like Time is Money. Didn't they name him Just in Time in that in that movie?
Commander, the moment they lose their chain of command, we'll move in and suppress the rest. The enemy have taken some of our staff hostage and are threatening to kill them if they're attacked. You can't rely on support from us this time. Anything we do might be seen as an attack. Boss, forgive me. Can't believe I let an enemy force it right under my nose. But one thing's for sure. They're gonna pay for it. Make certain of that, boss.
Very, fitting music. Okay. Maybe just in my head I always call him Just in Time, because it's Justin Timberlake.
Analysis.
Oh fuck.
Analysis.
I guess that's the issue with having a bunch of defenses, is they can use them against me. I remember that movie being like, okay. Oh yeah, I mentioned this to some people on Discord. I'm kind of tempted to go see Blue Beetle next weekend. Or next week, rather.
Analysis complete.
Which is another movie that looks like it will be a flop, but still be a decent movie. It looks pretty cool, admittedly, yeah. Like, it looks cheap. Well, cheaper than the average superhero movie. That's kind of what makes me want to see it, honestly. It looks like much smaller scale.
Analysis complete.
God.
Analysis complete.
Don't shoot. Talk. Where are your friends?
The map has been updated.
Which I'm kind of excited about, James Gunn's DC.
Don't speak. Where are your friends?
The map has been
Because I like most of his movies.
Where are your friends? Where are your friends?
I don't think he's going to go, I don't think he's going to go back to Super, with, Rainn Wilson and Elliot Page. But that is, like, one of my favorite superhero movies. Back when he was still making, weird shit.
Hands up. Don't do it. Get down. Talk. Where are the others? Where are your friends?
Which I don't know who the actual director is for Blue Beetle. I know it's not James Gunn. But I think it's supposed to be, like, in that new, continuity. Which really what I'm hoping for is, to not have continuity at all, but...
Hands up. Don't do it. Talk. Where are the others?
Which, like, say what you will about Joker, the fact that it was a single, standalone movie, I think was a good thing.
approaching.
Same with, the Batman, which I still need to see.
Analysis complete.
I don't think I needed to kill that guy, but... I don't want him sneaking up on me.
Where are your friends?
I don't know. I'm just happy to see superhero shit that's being at least slightly different. Which is the main lesson that people need to take away from Spider-Verse. It's not about fucking having a low frame rate in your animation. It's about doing something different. God, the amount of animators that started doing that when that movie came out. It's very obvious. Which it's... Oh, shit.
Analysis complete.
It does look cool, but if you do it too much, it loses the effect. Yeah, I haven't seen the full movie, but the clips I've seen of Puss in Boots. It's almost like they did it the wrong way. Like, the way Spider-Verse does it is like... Fuck. The way Spider-Verse did it is whenever, like, the... Shit, hold on. Hold on. It followed the narrative, yeah. And things becoming,
Analysis.
higher, oh god, higher frame rate
Leave the rest to us.
was like, the point. It wasn't, oh, this looks cool at a low frame rate, it was,
Analysis complete.
you know, Miles being unskilled.
Coming too. Roger that.
So whenever you do the opposite, and like, oh, a fight scene begins, and then it becomes low frame rate, it's like the opposite.
Don't do it.
Usage? I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, at that point you're making the action look worse. Both in theming and, like, actually, the actual animation.
CP, this is Delta 2. Took a look, but there's nothing going on here. Over. This is CP. Understood. Return to your post. Over.
All above me. And I don't remember how to get up. I hate this platform. I hate this platform. It's so confusing. Maybe if you go back in the middle, those, That being said, I do still want to see that movie. It does look good. And I think trying to be stylistic at all is still, like, a step up. But those other ways of being stylistic, you know? And I am glad that the new Spider-Verse kind of recognized that. And realized that, like, oh, we can do other styles too. Some of the shit in that movie looks like actually, like, 2D. Which it might be, I don't know. Most of the stuff with Gwen in that movie looks like actually hand-drawn. Like, again, to the point that it was almost jarring, but, like, in a good way, in a thematic way. I want to see that movie again. I know some shit came out about the working conditions, but it's still a good movie. Can I climb on that? I hate this platform. Why did we build it like this? Maybe that tube?
Clouds approaching.
It looks like it doesn't go anywhere. This one goes. Okay. God, the fact that he climbs it like this. So dumb. It's like an animal. An animal other than a snake. You know what I mean. It's like a beetle.
Here he is. That guy's the target.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Shit. I could probably just shoot this guy. Oh wait, don't they want me to... I don't remember if extracting the prisoners is an objective. I think no, okay, I'm fine just taking him out.
Talk. Where are the others?
Fuck. Well, hopefully that gunshot was okay.
CP, this is Delta 4. Gunfire. No fix on the position. Over. CP, understood. They could be an enemy attack. All units, stay alert. Out. You gotta extract him.
Hands up. Don't shoot. Spit it out.
You a big boss.
Where are the others?
Oops.
Spit it out. Talk.
You know what hell's like? Hell's like too.
Speak.
You still don't recognize me? I don't.
You're going to extract him. Good thinking. We'll make him squeal.
Attention hostile force. We have eliminated your commander. Escape is impossible.
He could have killed me if he wanted to.
Down your weapons immediately. Surrender now. You will not be fired upon.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Mission complete, boss.
Oh, okay. They don't give a ranking on that one.
Boss, we figured out who that enemy commander was. He was on the staff at Mother Base 9 years back. Despite surviving the attack, he broke off from us and spent his years terrified that a cleanup squad would come after him. The isolation screwed with his sense of loyalty. A rumor, source unknown, had him convinced that the attack 9 years ago was orchestrated by you yourself. The big boss sold out his comrades to hide from the world. He thought that's why you weren't at the base that day. He was so desperate to take us down, he built up his own PF, copying us in every way. His idea of the perfect revenge. But in the end, he was just a victim of disinformation. I'll leave you to decide how to deal with him.
Hey, we actually unlocked FOBs, which was the main thing I wanted to do tonight. Mother Base was an inside job. Honestly, I never considered that. I have thoughts. He might not be that far off now that I think about it. I still don't think it was Huey. The first couple times I played this game, I never really, questioned anything.
Boss, listen a moment. I want to bolster our security to guard against enemy attacks. What I have in mind is to create a security team that can defend each of the platforms. Can I go ahead with that?
No.
Go on. Give some thought to building up the security team as well. One other thing. To divert some of the risk posed by our enemies, I'd like to construct a forward operating base. The more bases we have, the more staff we can house and the more materials we can secure.
Constructing FOBs, forward operating bases, increases total staff capacity, the amount of materials obtained through material procurement, and the number of units you can send on dispatch missions. This is what I've been needing this whole time. Oh, you need MB coins for this, right? Where do we want to go? I don't know if this matters. Oh, material deposits. I think I want fuel the most. It says blue and yellow. This also has blue and yellow. This is a little... This doesn't have any A deposits. But it has more Bs. North Atlantic is probably fine, right?
FOB construction complete.
Oh god, I forgot these all have their own individual... Your first FOB has been completed. Total staff capacity has increased, allowing you to recruit more personnel. Material procurement in the models surrounding the FOB will increase the amount of materials you receive on a regular basis. Now send more units on dispatch missions at once.
Unit function added.
A bunch of stuff is happening.
Development project has been added.
So... God, we have a lot of stuff we can do now. So if that's the case, instead of waiting to upgrade this base development, I can just put some points into that. How many MB coins do I have? $240. Okay, so I won't be able to afford another base anytime soon. Should probably go ahead and put
Commencing platform construction.
some money into more combat. Combat is the same as security, right? Maybe? Hold on. Let me... Oops. Security settings. Sign up for insurance, Jesus. Oh god. This is... It's been a long time since I've looked at these menus. I guess I want... I want it to be more propelled than not at all. 47. We could probably do highest. It's not that expensive. We have a lot of money. Weapon type. Fuck it, be lethal. Close range. Well, yeah. Fully staffed. Okay. Signing up for insurance, paid service, compensates you for all losses sustained due to rival infiltrations during the insurance policy period. Does not cover nuclear weapons. No nuke insurance? Come on. Soldiers ranked S or better will not be assigned to security guards. Okay. I'm not going to do that. So security is just combat. Yeah, security team. Do I have to put people into? I do. We have some shitty people in the security team.
Staff assigned.
Ugh. Why do I even have E-rank combat people? Yeah.
Development project has been added.
Hey, I'm probably gonna spend a lot of time... I'm gonna spend a lot of time off stream fucking with this, I think. Oh, now we have barely anybody... Ugh. Ugh. Management. Point exchanges? Day-long league of virtual battles contested between applicants only. What is this? I don't think this existed when I played this game. I guess you fight your combat units? Like AI battles?
Commencing platform construction. Commencing platform construction.
Maybe I shouldn't be spending this much money, but... Do I really care about support intel or medical on the FOB? I don't think I do. I don't think I do. I feel like I barely used intel support, honestly. Medical team, maybe. I'll think about that later.
Weather will clear shortly.
Security devices! Oh god, there's so much!
Specify a project.
IL sensor, anti-theft device, surveillance cameras. Camera milking device? A handgun-type invisible light pointer used on your FOB to specify positions to place your surveillance cameras? What the fuck? Yeah, this didn't exist the first time I played this. You can tell it where exactly to point your guns, your cameras. That's kind of crazy. Stops tranquilizers up to a certain grade from circulating through the body. Yeah, I don't think this menu even existed when I played this the first time. I guess once I get used to this shit again, at some point... Actually, I don't know if I can, like, start specific FOBs. I was going to say I could, like, raid viewer FOBs, but I don't know how that works exactly. Metal pistol, I want that. Tornado 6. Bullets can be ricocheted off walls and other objects. Sure. Riot SMG. Put a suppressor on that. I'm spending a lot of money. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. Anything I can do to the helicopter?
Please specify a project.
Not yet. Can you ricochet them off your enemy skulls? Actually, I kind of wonder. That honestly wouldn't surprise me.
Please specify a project.
We can get stun on Dee Dee. Okay, I think I need to relax. Once all these get done, I'll look at my security stuff again and see if I'm spending a whole lot of money. Too much money. FOP missions. Mosquito's Legacy. I think this is a event that's going on right now. I don't know what that would give me exactly, but okay. Should we try to invade somebody? This person has a lot of materials. Neutralize security guards. Dressed in combat fatigues. Invade smile. What's the most that could happen? Dispatch FOB unit?
Caution, rain approaching.
Let's go from this angle.
Heading to FOB.
Was this stressful? Okay, we have those guns if we need them. I don't think we'll even need C4 for this. I don't know what we would even need to blow up. We're gonna go in... We're gonna go in mostly raw. We're running fatigues, right? Oh wait, did they mean specifically fatigues? Standard combat fatigues. This should be fine.
Deploying.
I got an achievement.
Successfully sneak your way into the heart of the rival PF's FOB, and you can capture staff from them. I'll be looking forward to meeting the new recruits, boss.
I'm not really worried about staff. I want to... God, it's so yellow. I want the resources more than anything. Oh, right. You teleport in.
Be careful down there, boss.
For some reason. One guy up there, two guys over here. So... Play Metal Gear Survive to find out why. I guess I don't really remember what I have to do. I have to get to the top? Yeah. and maybe neutralize a lot of people along the way.
Analysis complete.
He sucks. This place is probably going to be staffed with a lot of shitty people.
Analysis complete.
Which is honestly fine if they suck. Makes it easy. I don't mind. But I think I only have the one platform, so I don't even know if I can steal any of those resources. Which is probably actually a smart move to just not build the platforms that have the containers on them. I don't know if there's even enough people here to do these other objectives. I think there's only like 2 or 3 people here. That's 1. 2. I think that was a pretty impressive shot, if I do say so myself.
Analysis complete.
Easy.
Infiltration successful.
Yeah, there weren't enough people for me to even do all of the objectives. I got some stuff from it. Okay, what's all this? Victory points, infiltration, extraction. So I guess I would get more points if I actually did Fulton people. Daytime infiltration. Death deduction. Almost no reflex. Headshots. Busto Hyman. Good one. Very good one. Bro. I guess I can't really say anything. My emblem is Box Seal. I can't judge. Hey, it's kind of tempting to just do a bunch of these. Oh. Choose a rival. Successfully infiltrate a rival's FOB, you can abduct those security guards and steal the materials. To make it all the way to the platform. Scully will abduct all of the staff stationed inside the platform. Oh. Try infiltrating your own FOB. I just did a mission. Why are you making me... Okay. Can I, like, exit out of this? No.
Boss, that man you picked up in Walla Yamasa is a top-notch gunsmith. We got plenty of work for him. It turns out that he's just the apprentice of a so-called legendary gunsmith. Now, if this legendary gunsmith is all he's cracked up to be, we could really use him on our side. The apprentice gave us the whereabouts of his master. If you've got the time, go and grab him. I've added the details to your side ops list.
Okay, can I exit and do that instead? Is it going to make me... Okay. Still don't fully know what this is, but okay.
Please select a mission.
Oh god, we have so many shitty people now.
Unit dispatched.
Glad I can send a lot of people out, though.
Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched.
I want to get that legendary gunsmith. Gunsmith again.
Please select a landing zone. Heading to Afghanistan.
This is a stun rifle, not a trank rifle. So, I'll switch back to... that. That. Oh, buddy, right. Let's actually spend some time with Quiet. She can stay silver. It's fine. if I'm gold, she can be silver. I think Guilty Butterfly is... It's not silenced. There we go.
Deploying.
I thought we were driving for a moment. We're flying really low right now for some reason. Music? There we go. Oh my god, these tutorials. FOBs are always vulnerable for infiltration. Increase the security team. You can also go, yeah, I did this. I did this. I did this. Yep. Yep. Snake strikes me as like Ace. Ace but had sex, you know? Okay, are you properly scouting?
Enemy presence detected.
Homoerotic Ace, yeah.
Being updated.
Like, he technically has sex with Eva, like, once.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
But, like, it took him a while to even think about it, it seems like.
Enemy has infiltrated out. The map has been updated.
A lot of Kojima characters strike me as Ace, yeah. Not Strangelove. Not Strangelove and not Cause.
Analysis complete.
Why are they already on a low?
Analysis complete.
What the fuck? That guy's great. Oh, shoo. Why is the one singular mine I almost stepped directly on top of?
Marker placed. Marker removed. Marker placed.
I could probably just tell. Probably just tell Quiet to take that guy out. You didn't see shit. The enemy is a little psychic in this game, which is annoying. I guess maybe he saw smoke, but... No, it's not smoking.
Have arrived at your destination.
I really thought this guy was boasting. But he's apparently actually this good. Misty wants to come me. Thank you for stream. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I hope you have a good night.
The map has been updated.
What is this guy? Might not go too much longer, because I am getting kinda tired.
Development complete.
But at the same time, I think once I do in stream,
Analysis complete.
I will probably just be playing a lot of FOB missions. I'm gonna fucking put Taskmaster on my other monitor, and probably keep playing. I don't know why I've been watching that show so much. A while back, that show, like, appeared on my, my YouTube front page, and kind of ruined it for, like, a month. This was all I was getting. I finally went back and actually started watching it. And I think, honestly, I think hearing so many British accents has been kind of fucking with me.
You gotta extract him.
I guess I should explain for people who haven't also been recommended that on YouTube. It's a British game show? Will they get the like rando like TV celebrities? Getting Peppa Pig a little bit.
Analysis complete.
We get like the rando TV celebrities that England has. And they give them like stupid, usually bullshit tasks that they have to do.
Development complete.
Like one I watched last time, in the last episode, fucking go down, was, oh, get all the water out of this barrel into this other barrel. And then when the person goes to, like, go find a bucket, they knock a hole in the barrel. So by the time they get back, it's, like, half empty. That kind of shit. I don't know if I like it or not. I've been watching, like, multiple seasons. And part of me hates it, but I just keep watching it.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Like, it's very dumb TV. And I don't really like the format of the show. But watching people actually do, like, stupid tasks is kind of addictive. Ah, that guy's leaving. You'll get away this time.
Analysis complete.
I guess since I have so much room on my FOB, I should probably be taking everybody again. Like, this guy kinda sucks, but he will replace an E combat unit.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. He's coming too. Roger that.
Why is this light still on? I need to find the other, generator. Good job. Good job, idiot.
Spit it out.
The map has been updated. Analysis complete.
Oh, you need to actually take that guy out. Nice. Can I? Poco. Man, there's probably more containers that I can steal while I'm here.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Analysis complete.
Why are these people so good? Kill him. I wonder if unlocking FOBs, like, makes higher skilled soldiers spawn. So that's like a progress point that makes that happen.
You gotta extract him.
Fire.
Just do it.
Analysis complete.
No. You're not worth it. We were just complimenting all your fans, but no, you're not. You're not good enough. Sorry.
Analysis complete.
You also suck. And you're a handgun gunsmith. Are you not the dude? If you turn out to also not be the dude, I'm going to be annoyed.
Side-ops list updated.
Okay, subject is in.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Fire.
That's very satisfying.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Is he wearing a helmet? No. Quiet.
Fire.
I need to remember to probably use the last one to get out of here.
Roger that.
Hopefully I can get an angle and actually see how much is at this base. It's usually some... yeah. That's what I need. It's usually another couple on the left side. Maybe some behind the houses? Don't see any. Fuck off! Well, shit. I guess it is daytime. I could just leave. I need that fuel. Fuel is really difficult to come by. Kyle will probably start just like taking everybody out. It'll probably be fine. Perish. Oh yeah, they're just like leaving the places I was going to. They're all rushing to where I was. Oops. Didn't mean to do that yet. Later.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
What do you mean FOB missions? I've already been doing FOB missions. This game has issues sometimes, I think.
Side ops list
Boss,
updated.
about the prisoner you extracted from the central base camp. It seems that he's not the legendary gunsmith either. Just another one of his apprentices. Now I'm really dying to meet this guy. We got intel on his location from the apprentice. Think you can recover him? I've added the details to your side ops list.
I don't know, can I? Oh my god. Mother base inventory and FOB inventory. In online mode, you can make use of more GMP and resources, as you can access both your offline and online certain online-only products and services can only be utilized in your online inventory. Right. I've learned about that when my internet kept going off. Right. You have different sets, which is kind of annoying. But I kind of wish they would let you move them back and forth. Okay, I think I want to...
All clear shortly.
I think I want to try to actually get this guy if I can. Hopefully this will be the last one. And then I'll probably call it a night. I'm gonna actually bring D-Dog for this one. Quiet isn't very helpful in this location.
Deploying.
Man, I need to upgrade my helicopter just so it's quicker. It doesn't take as long to land. But then we also get less music. How much money do we need for that?
Please specify a project.
Not a whole lot of money, but we need more people. No way. I wonder if playing that kind of music on my streams, turns people away. I have a few Hot Dad songs in my Be Right Back screen that I've been questioning if I should remove them.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Okay. We could probably get in and out without taking out all these people.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Oh, but they're good.
Analysis complete.
Yeah, I'm going to have to be doing more off-stream grinding for sure. What if I... Honestly, it's a little tempting to play this again Thursday. Because I really haven't made much... I haven't made much progress today. I've mostly been doing... bullshit.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
I'm definitely going to have to do a stream where I only do story missions, I think. I'm getting impatient. I say that and then don't change my behavior. Fuck. Probably get away with just shooting this guy. Same with that guy.
Analysis complete.
I should have made that song the fucking helicopter song. It's going to be stuck in my head. I'm trying really hard to not sing it.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Analysis complete.
You gotta extract him.
How did this guy not see any of that?
Analysis complete. Development complete. Development complete.
I hope that new pistol has a battle suppressor on it.
Analysis complete.
You can come.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Analysis
You
complete.
can also come. Okay, let's get inside. Let's get inside before they come in.
Roger that.
Legendary gunsmith? Yay!
Thank you.
Get out of here.
Side ops list update analysis.
Okay, subject is in.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
I could just blow these guys up, but
Analysis complete.
yeah, I think I probably should end soon because I'm getting to the point where like I'm just playing the game. I'm just playing the game. I'm getting too immersed. I think there's one more guy. We'll check to see if he's well. Oh, there's multiple. Shit.
He's coming through.
You're not bad. Not great, but yeah, can replace some ease. Oh, that guy's good. This guy can die.
You gotta extract him.
You can be security. Oh shit, that guy saw me. I didn't realize that was like a double spot. Sound the alarms for the one guy that's still here.
Roger that.
Surprise. Oh my god. You didn't have to flip him completely over. You have to do a fucking Hurricanrana on the dude.
Extract him.
How have we pronounced that wrestling move? The one guy take out like 20 other guys? True.
Base.
So you finally found that legend of a gunsmith. The guys on the R&D team are dumbfounded. They say he's every bit as good as the stories. With him working for us, you'll be able to customize your weapons. Try it out in the ACC.
Do you think there were people who played this game and didn't do any of the side missions? And just never unlocked gun customization? Has that been customized? Yeah. Okay. We have the pistol. What can we do to it? These seem to be cosmetic only. Flashlight and laser sight. Yeah. Probably not really much we want to do to this one, besides maybe make it look like a fucking Counter-Strike gun. Eh. I know when this game first came out on PC, oh, this is a cool looking gun. There was no, like, limits on what you could customize. As in, you could put any accessory on any gun. So, for example, you could put, like, a barrel drum on, like, a grenade launcher or a missile launcher and turn it into a fully automatic rocket launcher. I think there are some mods that let you put that back in, but I think it would probably get me banned from from online. I think if I can find a way to do that without it being online, I might want to take a look at that at some point. Oh, that lowers the effective range just a little bit. You can still get a little wacky with it, like you can put a machine gun stock on a sniper rifle. What is it on right now? It's on a M2000 AD. Boost stability while moving. I don't intend on moving and shooting with it, but... Actually, I don't know if the muzzle makes a difference. I wonder if that actually, like, makes it harder to see. Depending on what you pick. Different optics, I think, can make a difference. I wish they let me... I wish they actually let me look down the scope in this menu. Jesus. Yeah, I don't think we can do anything too crazy yet. I mean, we can do this. That seems like a good thing. Reload speed? Long magazine. I feel like long magazine is probably... This looks cooler, but long magazine is probably more effective. You can put a rifle scope on an SMG if you want to, for some reason. We'll switch to the smaller dot sight. Let me make the whole thing blue, come on. Like proper blue, come on. That's probably as close as we'll get. I didn't even know I had this gun. This looks neat. Can we put a... Nah, I can't put a silencer on this yet. Could probably make it a little more stable. This is probably another thing I will take some time to look at on my own. That looks really uncomfortable to hold with that extended magazine. Would you even be able to, like, fit your arm around that? Like, it looks like you would, like, knock it out of its thing, like, bumping into it. Turn it into a fucking Star Wars gun. Put that awful muzzle on it. I actually don't know. I figure this is probably mostly cosmetic. I might look it up just to see. Yeah. We have this fucking monstrosity. But yeah, you can put, like... initially the game let you put, like, a sniper rifle barrel on this, and then... like an extended magazine, and, like, full auto capabilities, and it was very, very stupid. Optics 2? What is Optics 2? Nothing. Anyway, I think I'll probably call it a night here. What time is it? Almost midnight. That sounds about right. I wonder, before I do that... I'll probably think about combat deployment. Considering I'm probably going to keep playing off stream, I'll probably not do combat deployment yet. Usually at the end of a stream, I'll do like a multiple day long deployment mission. I'll probably do that over the weekend though. Maybe one more FOB? Let's do one more FOB. Just to send us off. Hot dogs. Shalashaska. Let's do hot dogs. Level 5. Yeah. What is dispatch FOB unit, though? Platforms you've damaged below level 5. Oh, so I guess if it's a low enough defense level, you can just, like, auto-do it? Send in a team instead of doing it yourself?
Heading to FOB.
Wait. I can go in as quiet? Hey, let's go in as quiet. I didn't know you could do this. We'll bring that gun. Also bring the sniper. We'll go in during the day, get that bonus.
Successfully sneak your way into the heart of the rival PF's FOB, and you can capture staff from them. I'll be looking forward to meeting the new recruits, boss.
Oh, but I don't have my sonar. And also technically not drawing fatigues. This actually might be slightly more difficult.
Analysis complete.
But you're hot, true. I mean, I was complaining in the past about not being able to play as quiet in the field, since she's technically in jail, but this is good enough. It's better than nothing. Oh! Hey, that's awesome. She actually has, like, an ability. That's actually really cool. That makes me wonder if... I wonder if Miller or any other, like, named characters you can play as have differences. I doubt you can play as Miller, honestly. That would probably be... That would probably be a bit unfair.
Analysis complete.
I don't think that did anything. It's already daytime.
Analysis complete.
Hey, the fact that this is so easy makes me worry about my own FOB. But I did take the time to actually level up the defenses. Yeah, doing that as quiet is actually kind of good, because you don't waste time climbing up the ladders. We get some decent volunteers out of it. God, I'm going to be going to be doing a lot of these, I think. Okay, now we'll call it a night. I'm not even going to close the game because I'm going to be doing a lot of this. Let me come over here. Blah. Thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight. Oh god, there's a lot of people to thank, actually. I want to say thank you to Revenge26, Furry Ash, Sorrow of Aria, Click Alice, Midnight V, and J. Coda Jr. for all the follows. Thank you so much for getting me up past 200 on Twitch. And if you like my company, you can also follow me on Twitter and Tumblr. I'm trying to spend more time on Tumblr lately because, you know, Twitter's falling apart. But I do still post those well sometimes. You can follow me for my... I always announce when I'm going live on both. Well, sometimes I forget to post it on Tumblr, but I'm trying to be better about announcing my streams on both. Thank you, Grief, for the raid today. I appreciate it a lot. Let me see if anybody else is online to raid. Congrats on 200, thank you! I know it always sounds like bullshit when people say it, but like, I actually couldn't have gotten here if it wasn't for people watching me. It is like... Oh god, I hear my own voice. So thanks everyone for getting me to that point. Hopefully we continue to climb. Hope you have a good night. Thank you. I hope everyone else has a good night as well. Kero is still streaming. I don't know how long he's going to be going for. Let's see. Hopefully he's going to be going for a while. I think he just finished a level, but hopefully it's not the last one. I will be back Thursday, most likely. I still don't know what I'm going to play. So I guess keep an eye out for that. I'm almost afraid to raid Kero because I can't tell if he's about to end. We just have to hurry up. Yeah, thank you all so much for all the support lately. It's been incredibly nice. Thank you everyone who came to watch, everyone who looked, everyone who stuck around until the end. I think that's all I have to say. Hopefully I'll see you all again next time. Have a good night, have a good Wednesday. Oh, he's on the last level, I think. Okay, we're gonna go. Be good, be nice to Kero. Oh, thank you for the clips as well.